After a week off, we're back at Ohsweken Speedway here on G-Force TV. Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey. First race out onto the racetrack, the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. Their qualifying lineup looks like this. Adam?
On the pole on the number 9, it's Tim DeBoer. Alongside him in the 4, it's Wade Thorne. Tristan De Silva in the 01 starts third, with Craig Vlasic in the 44 starting fourth. Dusty DeBoer in the 23 starts sixth. The 54 of Christopher French 7th. Martin Schroeder in the 60 is 8th. John Lubeck in the 14L is 9th. And Paul Longboat rounds out the field in the 188.
First race of the night is underway here on Instapanels night here at Ohsweken Speedway, and it's the biggest night of the year for this division right here, the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks, the Art Hill Memorial. 42 laps will be the distance in their main tonight. We've got a pile of cars here ready to compete, 38 in total.
$2,000 to the winner tonight. And off to the best start is Tim DeBoer, and that number 9's got Tristan De Silva in his tire tracks running in that second spot.
And already Wade Thorne with problems in the 4. He'll head off into the pit area as the leaders work into corner number 3.
Tim DeBoer continuing to lead the way, working the middle of the racetrack. Tristan De Silva up a little bit higher. In fact, had to kick the car sideways to avoid the wall. Craig Vlasic in the 3rd spot, battling with Dusty DeBoer. Now we're going to go 3 wide for 2nd.
Dusty DeBoer through the middle with Vlasic on the bottom, De Silva on the outside. As they roll through corners number 3 and 4 to the cross flags. 3 laps on the board for leader Tim DeBoer.
De Silva hanging on to that 2nd spot, but Craig Vlasic looking pretty sporty down on the bottom. He bobbled a little bit there in turn number 1. That'll allow De Silva to roll around the high side and take over that, well, keep that 2nd spot.
This time by, it'll be 2 laps left to go for leader Tim DeBoer over Tristan De Silva. Dusty DeBoer in that 3rd spot. And look at the 60 of Schroeder. He's making some moves now into the top 5.
Late race charges by John Lubeck in that 14L. And Martin Schroeder. As they work down into 3 and 4, they'll see the white flag in the air this time. Tim DeBoer continuing to lead. He's led from the drop of the green flag. The first side-by-side battle is back with Schroeder in the 60 and Lubeck in the 14.
Seems like a long time since we've seen the mini stocks after we had our NASCAR week and then a Friday off, but they are back at it, ready for the big payday. And Tim DeBoer is looking racy in the 9 as he will see the first checkered flag of the night.
He's going to be followed across the line by De Silva, DeBoer, Vlasic, Schroeder, Lubeck, French, and Longboat.
4 qualifying heats in total tonight for the mini stocks. As I mentioned, 38 entries ready for the Art Hill Memorial. 42 laps the distance tonight. We also have Thunder stocks on the card. The late model open, so a mix of the super lates and the crate lates. And then we have the 360 sprints. So the crate sprint car division get the night off tonight, but they'll be in action tomorrow night at Merrittville with the Action Sprint Tour.
Heat race number 2 rolls over the banking in turn number 3. Broden Wheeler from Simcoe in the 66 will lead them off. On the outside of row number 1 in the 79, it's Steve Miller. Starting 3rd in the 1A, it's Ashton Dickey, and starting 4th, driving the 81D, it's Crystal Souls. 5th, the number 1 is Jason Tolton. 6th in the 13 is Vincent Pagnotta. 7th from Ancaster, the 16 is Fabio Oliveri. 8th in the 51 is Eric York. The 5th and final row in the number 5, it's Dave Goodacre. It's all 5s in row number 5. Dave Goodacre in the 5, and then the 555 of Braden Burning. Are you into numerology, Greg?
Well, technically, there's only one 5 in the back row. That car in the back doesn't have any numbers on it.
I read what's on the sheet.
Unless they're black numbers, they're well hidden.
I think black on black might be the new trend.
Here we go, second heat race of the night for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. Weiler and Miller will bring us to the green flag. And look at Fabio, who makes it 4 wide.
Bold move by Fabio Oliveri to the inside. As Broden Wheeler, I believe, making his debut in that 66 machine. Leads the charge down into 3 and 4. Up the banking he goes, but keeping his foot in the throttle. Broden Wheeler going to lead lap 1.
Wheeler over Fabio Oliveri, then Vincent Pagnotta down to the inside of Miller looking for the third spot. Put Pagnotta there. Tolton follows suit into fourth, and here comes York to the outside of the 79.
Ashton Dickey smoking in that number one machine. This might be a short night for that driver. Meanwhile, out in front, the top 6 cars have broken away from the field.
It's Wheeler, Oliveri, and Pagnotta, the top 3. York putting some pressure on the one of Jason Tolton. He'll look low down in corners 1 and 2, and now the challenge for the lead down the backstretch.
Oliveri takes the advantage down into turn number 3. He'll keep that 16 on the bottom, slowly work up towards the outside, but he's going to leave that outside lane open for the time being. Now we'll move up to the wall with the lead as they reach the halfway point.
3 and 3 to go. Oliveri out in front. He has a feature win here in 2022. One of the few drivers that's been able to get to quick victory lane over Tyler LaFantasy. He's out in front once again here tonight with 2 laps left to go.
How impressive is Broden Wheeler, though?
Yeah, very good in that number 66. Of course, I believe that's from the Jansen stables from years gone by. And that car was always quick. Their cars were always well built, very fast race team. Miss seeing the Jansens around.
Yeah, you know, when you think back at some of the names that have come and gone and worked their way through, but there's always a little piece of history left behind as, wow, Jason Tolton gets squirrely racing with Pagnotta. Out in front, it's all Oliveri, but look at that battle for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, here comes Eric York. He'll try and thread the needle down the backstretch to the inside of Pagnotta. Now he's to the outside, up in 3, as we come to the checkered flag.
Tolton to the inside. Oliveri going to take the win over Wheeler. 3rd will be Pagnotta.
Wow.
4th will be Eric York by the slimmest of margins over Jason Tolton, Steve Miller.
Well, guys, how about a run for Broden Wheeler? His first real competitive races. Been hanging out here at the track lately. They just got that car. You guys are right. That did come from the Jansen's Brothers Racing stable, and looking pretty good out there for his first competitive laps, especially in the Art Hill Memorial.
He is so. Clinton, you're back pit side. Any excitement back there today?
We had some earlier, but not now.
There we go. He race number 3 rolls onto the track. Clinton will be on this. Actually, Clinton, we've got a job for you. Mac DeMann pulled off of the racetrack in practice down to the infield. The car had quit on him, so if you want to dig in, find out what happened to DeMann, we'd love to know.
I'm on it.
He raced number 3 on the pole in the 6X Mike Serentakos. Alongside him in the 31 is Jesse McDonald. Driving the 14 Double D, it's Dustin Duga. Behind the wheel of the 4A, it's Mason Anderson. Sam Iftati drives the 38S, and behind the wheel of the 27, it's Nico Hansen. 10J is Jeremy Hughes. The 96 is Tyler LaFantasy. And the 12 rounds out the field. That's Don Deagle.
Here we go. 3rd heat underway. As they race down into corner number 1. Serentakos on the bottom here in this one. Jesse McDonald, good to see him back. He's had some success over the micro sprint track this year, but I think this is the first time he's been on the big track here in 2022.
Driving that 31 for Dave Bailey out there as things get a little snug through 3 and 4. They race 3 wide for the 2nd spot. Serentakos out front. It'll be McDonald holding on to 2nd over Duga.
Serentakos, big lead right now with a 3 wide battle behind that. Now it's 4. Well, it was for a moment with the point leader, Tyler LaFantasy.
Yeah, LaFantasy's got nowhere to go right now. He's back there at the tail end of that pack. Sam Iftati in the 38S has worked his way through traffic.
Oh, contact there with Nico Hansen involved, along with the Mason Anderson. No, that's not Mason Anderson. Who is that's Dustin Duga there in the 14 Double D.
It's tough when we see cars that we're not used to seeing here at Ohsweken. You get so used to calling certain names and certain numbers, it's second nature, and then a couple of visitors come in and it throws me for a loop, Greg.
To me as well, as we see Sam Iftati right now, another name we don't see every week here at the Big O, challenging with Jesse McDonald on the bottom. McDonald gets a good launch. Oh, and then up into Tyler LaFantasy goes Iftati. That was interesting.
That was some big contact down there.
The drone showed that perfectly. Now Iftati sideways down the backstretch.
Iftati might have cut down a tire. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me with that contact. White flag is in the air. Serantaco's under attack now from Jeremy Hughes. Hughes takes the spot.
Hughes, Serantakos, and LaFantasy 1, 2, and 3. If Toddy trying to hold on to fourth, he's got McDonald and Nico Hansen giving chase into 3.
One final time off of turn number 4, it's going to be Jeremy Hughes taking the win over Serantakos with LaFantasy third, if Toddy fourth. Nico Hansen 5th, Jesse McDonald 6th by 5/1000ths of a second.
I want to see that drone shot again. Jesse McDonald and Sam Iftati coming out of corner number 4. Here it is. Well, we're going to watch from the main camera. Wow.
Coming off the corner. If Toddy did get a little bit loose, yeah, they just touched tires there.
Okay, watch this shot.
I mean, that was ever so slight. The move that if Toddy made, it looked to me like if Toddy came down the racetrack just a little bit, but it was not much of a maneuver. Touch tires and away they go.
Fourth and final qualifying heat as we'll watch the drone shot one more time. Yeah, you're right. It's just slightest move to the left, but I think Jesse was kind of drifting up, coming up off the corner. 2 cars, same spot. Thankfully, they were both able to continue on as Heat 4 heads out onto the racetrack. Clint?
I got that report for you guys. So the Mac Demand car felt that it was flat, didn't want to blow the motor. He pulled it out of gear, shut it off. Nathan Ackman tells me they went over the fuel system. They think it was a bad spark plug. The car's running now. They think he's going to be good to go, guys.
Great work, Clinton Jeffrey. On the pole in heat race number 4, it's the pinball. Mike Giberson in the 11. Alongside him in the 11E, it's Jeff Elsliger. Rodney Rutherford drives the 24. The 21H is Ryan Hiller. 64 is Nick Erskine. The 46 is Jillian Hills. 23T is Trevor DeBoer. That's interesting. 10X is Jeremy May. And the 7B is Braden Cuse.
Here we go. Fourth and final qualifier for tonight's Art Hill Memorial. They're already 4 wide down into corner number 1. Ryan Hiller right square in the middle with Elsliger, and there's the guy that picked up the big payday a few weeks ago. Rodney Rutherford in that 24 jumps out to the lead.
Got some speed in that machine right around the bottom of the racetrack. Has Trevor DeBoer ever run a mini stock, Greg?
That's a good question. I don't know for sure. We'll find that out. Some crazy racing there mid-pack as you got Erskine, Giberson, Cuse all right there in it. Ryan Hiller leading that pack as they chase down the top 3 down into corner number 1. It's all Rodney Rutherford right now.
When the money's on the line, Rodney Rutherford shows up. Halfway through this one as he works off a turn number 4. No contest for the lead, leaving them to fight for really third because Jeff Elsliger is by himself in the second spot. And then third on back is a hornet's nest with Ryan Hiller in the 21. And how about Jillian Hills in the Thorn Rent-A-Ride in the 46? Nick Erskine trying to move on the outside of Jillian Hills. He had to bite the brakes there on the back straightaway. He'll try again off of turn 4.
Quite the pack of racing going on here. Nick Erskine right tucked in behind Ryan Hiller. He'll drift up the banking just a little bit. Out in front, though, it's all Rutherford and Elsliger 1 and 2. Erskine looks low now on Hiller down in 3.
How about Mike Giberson in the mix out there? He's looking racy in the 11 machine. White flag is out. Rutherford and Elsliger all by themselves out in front. But look at that battle for the 5th spot right now. Giberson has it in that number 11. He's under attack by Jillian Hills.
Yeah, just over the last couple of weeks, that 11 has found some speed. And it's good to see for the pinball because he struggled the last few years. As Trevor DeBoer goes around and 3 checkers out for Rutherford, he'll get the win.
Second place to Elsliger. Erskine is third. Then it's Hiller, Giberson, Jillian Hills with Braden Cuse. Trevor DeBoer. Jeremy May rounding out the field. It is time for a Case IH track report. Clinton Jeffrey, what you got?
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, the guys at the Case IH machinery have done some amazing stuff this week. After our NASCAR week, packed everything. You can see we've got it very soft, very pliable tonight, right up to the top. We've got a bit of chunk going on here, and these ripples will be moved around by the sprint cars, and they'll change this track as they flake it up and over. But I think we're going to have a bit of tack here tonight. Watch for it to be an old school Ohsweken track where it fades away, but I think it's going to come back tonight after dark, guys.
We've got a bit of chunk up here in the tower as well, Clinton. It's not just the racetrack.
I was going to say they could call us chunks and ripples.
I actually radioed Doug at 7:25. I said, have you seen the announcers? He said, yeah, they're filling their face. I said, that's why we haven't heard from them yet.
Raising the bar. Feeds us well up here.
Hey, Albers is here, one of our super fans, Adam, and he told me he loves to pick on you because you're such a big target.
Hey, it's you know what? I love his opinions. He's not shy. I mean, I haven't agreed with one yet, but I enjoy them.
Better get the lineup going. We'll talk about Albers.
All right, Casey Huffman draws pole for this one with Kyle Andrus to the outside in the 43. Go Fast Steeple starts third. Mike Thorne to the outside out of Caledonia in the 55. Starting fifth, Logan Schwedek from Jerseyville in the 53. Rolling off sixth from Binbrook, the 427. That's Tim Phelan. Ken Sargent will start seventh. He's from Hamilton in the 25. Melissa Miller in the 93. Ryan Berry in the 75 goes ninth. 10th, Ron Logie in the 97. And Kyle Wirt in car number 19 starts in the 11th spot as we are underway here in the first qualifying heat for the Middleport Mechanical Thunder Stocks. They've got 31 cars here tonight.
Big crop of race cars for the Thunder Stocks as they charge down the front straightaway. Casey Huffman is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Some nights he looks just sporty as all heck, and then he has his struggles at other times, but looking good out in front of this one.
He's sailing in front of a pack of very good cars. Go Fast Teeple holding down second. He's got Sargent right behind him. Mike Thorne in the 55 and Ron Logie. Logie has come close to a feature win this year, so some good cars here in this qualifying heat.
Well, and behind them, look at the winners. Mike Thorne, Logan Schwedek, Kyle Wirt.
Kyle Wirt with feature win this year. In fact, in that number 19, as they come across the line, it's all Casey Huffman in the 13 with 2 laps on the board.
Go Fast Teeple has had a tough season this year in the number 11. I think he has to pick a luckier color or a luckier pattern for that race car.
Look at the shot there right behind Ron Logie in the 3rd spot. You see Ken Sargent down to his inside as they work down the front straightaway. 4 in, 4 to go for the Middleport Mechanical Thunder Stocks in heat race number 1.
Go Fast Teeple is closing in on Casey Huffman in the lead. He's working the bottom of the racetrack. It's a tough way to make speed because you've got to be smooth down there. But he's closing in on the Huffman number 13, and he's bringing some company.
Here they are right behind Huffman, 3 wide on the outside. Logie goes around Go Fast Teeple to try and take the 2nd spot away. Now he'll thread the needle, dive down to the inside of Casey Huffman down through 3 and 4. Off the bottom and leading the lap will be Ron Logie.
Yeah, I think he surprised Huffman a little bit there. As soon as Logie got to the inside, Huffman bobbled in turn number 3, lost the spot immediately. Now he's going to try to hold on to second with Go Fast Teeple working the inside into 3, but the white flag means 1 more lap.
Ron Logie looking pretty out front now with 1 more trip around. Huffman, Teeple, Sargent, and Schwedek now the top 5 as they work through 1 and 2. Here comes Sargent down to the inside of Teeple. He's got Huffman on the outside as Ron Logie leads it into 3 for the final time.
Through turn number 4, Logie is going to take the win. Who's going to get second? It's Go Fast Teeple with Sargent 3rd, Huffman 4th, Schwedek in 5th. Then it's Phelan, Thorne, and Wirt. And Dave Hunsinger. DeBoer runs mini stocks at Merrittville in the 23.
There you go.
We probably should have known that.
Probably.
Why didn't you correct me, Greg?
Because I didn't know. We probably should and do know are 2 different things. But what I do know is the starting lineup for heat race number 2 for the Middleport Mechanical Thunder Stocks. Rolling from the pole, Adam Plazik out of Caister Center in the 41 alongside him. Mike Klazinga from Hagersville in the 93K. Brian General will start third. He's from Ohsweken in the 13.5. Mark McDonald out of Lucan in the 2M. He'll go from fourth. Frank Turkey driving car 17 tonight from Ohsweken. He is starting in the 5th spot. And we've got Jamie Googe out of London in the 76 going from 6th. 7th is Devin Bacher. He's from Hagersville in car number 3. Chris Hale from Guelph in the 79 goes from 8th. Donnie Lampman from Caister Center, the 28D, goes 9th. And Trevor DeBoer from Hagersville in the 23 scheduled to go 10th. And, of course, as we can see, Jamie Googe electing to start at the tail here in this qualifying heat.
You know, I talked to Jamie tonight before the program. He said he is making gains on that race car slowly but surely. He's glad that he hasn't wadded it up in the process, but still with a big smile on his face. And that's important.
It is. I know they were fighting some fuel line struggles earlier on in the year, and just getting some laps is key for Jamie right now. Good to see him out there doing that.
Chris Hale in the 79 had a good first lap. He's up challenging Adam Plazik in the 41 for the race lead. Mike Klazinga in the 93 is in the mix as well. So is Trevor DeBoer doing double duty tonight.
Just as we mentioned, Jamie Gooch with problems, he heads to the pit area there on that first lap. So the 76 to the pit area as Chris Hale and Adam Plaza go at it for the lead. Hale's out in front, and I don't know about you, Adam, but I feel with Christopher Hale, he's getting that much closer to scoring a feature win this year. You can just see him getting closer and closer to the likes of Dave Bailey and Ryan Beagle.
There's nobody who has had to battle harder than Chris Hale for every position he's got this year. He pushed a little bit there in turn number 1, but still was able to pull away down the backstretch. Here comes Devin Bacher to the inside, Donnie Lampman to the outside, Adam Plazik to the extreme outside.
Halfway home in this one with Trevor DeBoer up to the 2nd spot behind Christopher Hale. It's side by side behind him with Klazinga on the bottom. Donnie Lampman to his outside in that 28D.
Great side-by-side action in the top 5 of this one, but the race leader, Chris Hale, is making a stinker of this qualifying heat. He's out front by nearly half a straightaway over Trevor DeBoer. DeBoer is under attack from Donnie Lampman. Lampman got that car singing on the outside.
Yeah, he does. That orange Monte Carlo to the outside of corner number 3 as they come to 2 laps left to go. It's Hale, then it's DeBoer, but Donnie Lampman all over the back bumper of the Mert Timson Auto number 23.
Lampman looking for racing room, but DeBoer's been coming off the corner right to the wall, so Lampman's really got to charge the entry to the corner to establish position on the outside. Has not been able to do it just yet. I almost wonder if he should cross over that 23, but not quite close enough to do that.
Christopher Hale leading with a half a lap left to go. DeBoer, Lampman now will try the run down on the inside. Plazik back there in the 4th spot with Bacher and Klazinga side by side behind him.
Bacher down low, Klazinga up high. Hale going to win over DeBoer, Lampman, Plazik, Bacher, Klazinga. And then the 17 of Frank Turkey. The 13.5 of Brian General.
2 complete, 1 to go for the Middleport Mechanical Thunder Stocks. Jim Lampman will start on the pole in this one in the 28. He's from Caister Center. And starting in the 2nd spot from Canfield, the 32, Mark Fawcett. Rolling off 3rd out of Harley, the 37, Robert Hoskins. And his outside point leader from Hagersville, the 49 of Dave Bailey. Starting in 5th from Victoria, the 84 RK, that's Ryan Beagle. And going from the 6th spot in the 93F, that's Kelvin Fox. Alan Rion from Charing Cross in the 36. He'll start 7th. Jason Whittle from Tilbury in the 14W goes off 8th. Is it K or Kai Bomberry?
I believe it's Kai.
Kai Bomberry out of Ohsweken. The 24K goes 9th. And Nate Kloss out of Ohsweken. The 48 goes 10th.
And I could be wrong. That's just the way I would read that.
Ready to go. The final qualifier of the night for our 8-cylinder stock car division.
I believe that's Gord Grant at the back in the 5 car. Not in our lineup.
Oh, not in our lineups, yes. Gord Grant. The green is out.
Okay, and the 17W is Travis Whittle. Oh, no.
And we're going to stack him up. Jim Lampman goes around, collects.
And so
look at that. Once again, the front end of the Hoskins machine all bent up.
that's what he gets. The DeBoer family was upset because he hadn't been to the racetrack, and he comes back and he was struck by karma right in the front end. So I just got some messages. Loves me some messages.
Let's watch the replay here as Lampman just goes in and loses the rear end, and when Fawcett gets to him, that just finished it off. But
you don't realize how fast you're going until you need to stop. And
Hoskins nowhere to go.
Travis Whittle in the 17W is 14 years old, and Darcy Grant is driving the 5.
Okay. And out of all of that, who's leading? Dave Bailey somehow came through all of that.
Shocker.
Ryan Beagle got boxed in behind Mark Fawcett. I don't know as though he had any damage. We'll have a look at his car as he rolls by the start-finish line, but he did get boxed in. We're told to watch Dave Bailey on this replay. Watch the line he takes. He's right behind Fawcett. In fact, right up under his bumper, and then he goes around the outside, and on he goes.
You know, it was partly instincts, partly good fortune. But when you're lucky, you're good. When you're good, you're lucky. It all goes hand in hand. And Hoskins' damage might not be that severe. A lot of cosmetic.
Yeah, guys, down here on the scene, so the Whittle car here looks like he's got some front-end damage. They may be able to get that one fixed, but no, the Rads all pushed back, and they got all kinds of trouble. Jack, try and look right in there. I don't know if you can see that, but the Rads all bent back, and it's not quite how it should be. So they got trouble. The Lampman car appears to be all right, guys, and we'll get over here and see what we can find out with the Fawcett car. And, yeah, all kinds of trouble to the Hoskins 37 as he drives by. I don't see a lot of problems here other than these cars being hooked together. 2 metal bumpers, guys. And the chrome horns are beeping on each other here.
Yeah, a lot of mass down there. And you talk about Hoskins, if we can get a look, Spencer, at Hoskins number 37. It just made the front end real ugly. It smushed it up, but Hoskins is still out on the racetrack, and I don't think he'll be any worse for wear as far as speed goes.
Yeah, there's a look at it there.
So all you would worry about is the right side of the bumper bar digging into the right front, and it's clear.
Yep.
The rest is decorative covering.
Looks like some sort of origami from that angle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they got problems here. As we said, both cars are hung up together. And guys, you know that it's easy to just rip them apart, but we're trying to save these guys from having any more damage than they already have.
Now, it's important to try to get it right. You would think it's simple, but there's so much energy, so many dynamics going on when these cars slide into each other. It's amazing how bars can get wrapped around. So the work continues down there in turn number 2. Let's take a quick break, Spencer. When we come back, it'll be time to go racing some more with the Thunderstock division.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
back live at Ohsweken Speedway for Friday night excitement here on Instapanels Nights, the Art Hill Memorial for the mini stocks. We have the Thunder Stocks right now trying to get through their qualifying heats. This is the third and final qualifier, but we've got the Whittle and the Lampman machines locked together up in corner number 2, and they're trying to separate those. Also on the card tonight, we have the late model open, some super lates and the crate lates here tonight, and also the 360 sprint cars on the card. Crate sprints have the night off, and they'll be back in action next week, and it's their championship night already next Friday night, which means our season is quickly coming to a close, and it'll also be the championship finale for the 360 sprint cars next Friday night. Stock cars will have another couple of weeks. On September the 9th, I believe, is the date. 2 weeks' time here at the Big O. Sprint cars are off, but we'll have 358 modified sportsmen, plus the Thunder Stocks and Minis will crown their champions. So, busy couple of weeks here leading up to Canadian Sprint Car Nationals weekend. We've made it through the NASCAR week here, and a great success that was, but now it's time to start looking forward to the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, and the only problem with that is that ends our season. And always the sad, I guess you call that bittersweet at the end of the year, where we enjoy a great weekend of sprint car racing, but unfortunately it ends our season.
Well, I made my pitch on Tuesday night show with Clinton. You look at the track back there off of turn number 3, because someone suggested, hey, you guys should start a midget division. And I said, I am all for another division of racing. I'm all for midgets, but it has to be all winter long on the track off of turn number 3 after they build a roof covering over the whole facility. Then we could spend time together year round.
Yeah, that'd be great. Let's please do that. Jay Hill from Burger Barn just sent me a text. He said, wish the big fella happy belated birthday for me. So there you go, Adam. I didn't say happy birthday to you, so.
It's
but
all
Jay
good.
Thought of you.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. I got more birthday wishes yesterday. It was insane. And for my birthday, my family went away. Angie and Connor are
treated
down in
themselves.
Boston.
Boston?
Yeah, a few moms and sons went down to Boston for a few days. They were at the ball game last night.
Nice. So what did you do on your birthday?
I went to work, Greg.
You went to work.
Then I stopped at the casino on the way home, because everybody needs one vice, or 5.
Or 5.
Otherwise, I did nothing. Me and the dog hung out.
And we're the same age, right? No.
I'm 47 now.
Yes. I just turned 47 as well in July, so.
I had to think about it, though. Someone asked me, I said, well, what year is it?
Clint's the old guy in the group.
Oh, someone else has a birthday, and his is today. It's Brad Othier. Othier. How do you say it? Is it
Othier.
Othier.
Or at least that's how I've always been told to pronounce it.
Owner of the 1A. Good to see him back out at the racetrack. Push truck driver Ashley with a birthday as well. Yesterday. That's the right day. Yeah, we share it with some cool people.
Way younger, says Doug.
Everyone's way younger than me.
Tanner Tebow, happy 12th birthday. Got a message here, so happy birthday, Tanner. 12 years old. That seems like a long time ago. So we get a good close-up look here at Jim Lampman trying to be separated from Mark Fawcett's machine. Also,
I share a birthday with Billy Ray Cyrus. Look how horrible he looks.
which one is he? Oh, my.
Right?
That's rough. He's got more than an achy, breaky heart now.
I'm not that good
achy,
looking
breaky
as
back.
it is. But wait a second. It used to be like Sean Connery share a birthday with who's Sean Connery? Come on now. I can't even remember who I share a birthday with. Isn't that terrible? Like, look at who I share with. Tabitha Swatosh. Who the heck is that? China Ann McLean. Like, these look like lovely people, but
no one you know.
No kidding.
Adam Turner's watching tonight from the Turner Bar and Grill back at home. And he said, give a shout out to Josh Black, who's there watching with them. So hi, Josh. Hope you're enjoying it. Adam's a great guy. Not the Adam I'm working with, the Adam you're with, Adam.
He's a good dude.
Didn't bring his late model tonight, though, so I'm disappointed.
Yeah, what's up with that? He just likes the abuse he gets at Brighton. We can't deliver the same level of abuse that he gets down there. Also, we've got to wish DJ Christie's sister, Alex, the best of luck. She is leaving tomorrow morning to play professional volleyball in Paris, France. That's pretty cool. I enjoy the shout-outs.
Well, just taking an extra minute here. As you can imagine, these cars are hooked together like you've never seen. You got two major bars wrapped around each other here, and they're just trying to make these cars come apart without destroying anything else. So we appreciate the patience, and they got the saws all out, and Jim Lampman's out here trying to coach them here, guys, but I've never seen them entangled like this. They weaved them together pretty good here in turn two, so we'll take a moment to get them out.
I almost forgot there was still a race down there.
Dave Hunsinger just asked if the big fella is still in his birthday suit with the green emoji face. No, Dave. He is not.
Dave let me stay in his trailer last week for the NASCAR week, so I have slept in his bed, and he can say whatever he wants. What he doesn't know would bother him even more.
Wow. Yeah, look at the mess there between Fawcett and Lampman.
That's when you bring out the tools. Which pieces?
You're not talking about us, right?
That's fools.
Oh.
Jim Lampman wears white shoes to race. Who wears white shoes to the dirt track?
Jim Lampman.
Hey, now's not the time to mess with Jim Lampman.
No,
The temperament is not great.
No, I don't.
Actually, Jim's good. I'm just teasing him. Let's go over and talk to him while they mess with his car. I'll run over here. Jim, Adam wants to know who wears white shoes in a race car.
Some dumbass that needs new shoes.
See?
Oh my God, Adam. Sorry, buddy.
No, Jim, talking about the here. Obviously, I've been explaining their cars are weaved together. We're just trying not to wreck yours and Mark's car to get it apart. Strange that this can happen.
It's just the worst problem is with these Camaro bumpers or even the regular bumpers on them, they get a little bit of a hook on the side. What's happened here is the edge of his bumper's hooked in behind my roll cage. So the guys that got the right game on the go, I think we're going to try pulling it around. Come on back there.
All right, we'll get out of your way and let them go at it. But that's the story down here in turn two, guys.
Let's all pitch in and get Jim Lampman a pair of shoes. He races like 4 nights a week, so he needs them. We should have done it for Christmas in July. Got him Christmas shoes.
Little curly hooks and bells on them. All right, so they're going to keep working away on these two cars. We'll go to a quick commercial break and be back here at Ohsweken Speedway, hopefully ready to go back racing.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway on G-Force TV, where once again we try to get these two cars separated, and it's been harder to do that than get a piece of pizza out of Adam's hand on a Friday night, but we're getting there.
Listen, I've been eating very healthy with thanks to Raising the Bar. Now we have more people in the tower getting their food delivered from Raising the Bar, from the same source. I was not you. I was distracted by someone walking with an ice cream cone because I was thinking about you are not going to go the healthy route, and then I see a delicious ice cream.
I had a salad, a sandwich my wife prepared for me.
When?
Before you got here, right, Darren? Yes. Another salad.
Between ice cream cones?
No. I did have a small bag of chips with it. That was it. Very small. Yeah, more than chips. Well, they're separated.
Well, now at this point, yeah, Jim Lampman might be getting suited back up to drive away. Rejoin the tail of the field, and Mark Fawcett the same in the 32. So
yeah, that's the story, guys, down here in turn 2. They both got it worked. They've both fixed their cars, and we're ready to go. We got them apart, so good thing for these guys. We've got a bit of cleanup here in turn 2, but we should be ready to go in about a half a lap. We've lost the Whittle 17, but other than that, everybody's good to go, guys.
And the 17 of Whittle has lost his hood. They're all going to the same place.
So this is the final heat for the Thunderstocks, and then we'll go into qualifying heats for the late models, 8 laps for them, and I believe there are, 3 qualifying heats for them, and then we'll go to the 360 sprint cars before B-mains and features here tonight on Instapanels night.
We are going to send late models home without running the feature tonight. They're going to qualify 24 cars. 28 in attendance, so how many will not qualify, Greg?
Let's see.
Never mind.
4.
Greg will join us later on, folks. He's taking his shoes off to complete that mathematical equation. Yes, 4 cars will not qualify. So Rob Hoskins in that beautiful number 37. It looks like he's going to lead the way when we restart this race with Dave Bailey second. Ryan Beagle in third. It is not Gord Grant in fourth.
Darcy Grant.
It is Darcy Grant.
Alan Riome in the 36, and then it's Jim Lampman and Mark Fawcett. I hope they just stay apart. They've obviously got 2 areas on their car that could join together again at any moment. And then Kai Bomberry in the 24K, just getting some experience at the back of the pack right now.
So that's the 3rd generation of Bomberry, I think, this year, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah. Good to see that. Just keep the cycle going. And
Nate Claus in the 48. Staggered start, about half a lap behind in that 48 machine. Green flag is in the air. We're back underway. With the ugly duckling of Rob Hoskins out in front on the inside. Dave Bailey sweeping around the outside in that number 49 machine. He'll take the lead on the backstretch.
I feel like Rob Hoskins has had more races this year with the nose damaged than with it clean on race nights. And here he is drifting back to the 3rd spot. So we've got Klaus around in 1 and 2, and that'll put us back under the caution as the leaders bear down. Oh, Jim Lampman.
Jim got belted back in, but I don't think he got his one-way radio. Now, that's the problem with staying half a lap behind. Nate Claus would be better off to catch the field and work his way back.
Yeah, Mighty Wife's move of the night. Let's watch this one.
Watch the 28 of Jim Lampman.
Woo! That was his line right there.
Yep.
Who needs the mighty wipe though, Jim or Nate?
Little of column A, a little of column B.
And there goes Ken Sargent to the gas station. Oh, back from the gas station.
I had to pick up some smokes.
Well, we know Ken Sargent gets his gasoline at Steyer's Gas Bar on Chiefswood Road.
Jim Lampman's made some bold passes this race. Some before the yellow, some after the yellow, some during the yellow.
Well, the two in the front row, they've been the show this year in this division. Ryan Beagle and the leader of this race, Dave Bailey, choosing to start on the outside. Look at all those little decals right in front of the 49. Those are feature win stickers. That says everything.
Yeah, he could letter most of the car with feature win stickers. But Ryan Beagle's been up there as well. He's won a couple. Working through 3 and 4. Beagle in the 84 down low, Dave Bailey up high. We have one lap complete in this heat.
Back underway. Bailey will scoot ahead of Ryan Beagle. Fawcett right there with him. 3 wide going for the lead. Just a moment ago, he was tangled together with Jim Lampman.
Yeah, how tides have changed for Mark Fawcett in the 32. He'll check up on the inside, trying to get Bite down low and keep his foot in the throttle, but wasn't able to do it. But Dave Bailey was.
That he was, as he leads right now, coming off of his, I think it was a 12th place finish with the NASCAR Pinty Series back a week and a half ago. Great job by him there, and now back behind the wheel. We're so used to seeing him in that number 49, the Queenston Chevrolet Gibbs Action Sports Machine leads with 3 on the board and 5 to go.
Mark Fawcett not laying down out there in the 32 and actually continues to run that low line, even though Bailey up high pulling away. Ryan Beagle looks to the outside of Fawcett as they work off of turn 4.
4 and 4 to go here in the final qualifying heat of the night for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock Division. Bailey, Fawcett, Beagle, 1, 2, and 3. Then a gap back to Jim Lampman and a side-by-side battle with Hoskins and Rion.
Now they're going to have some troubles as they close in on Kai Bomberry in the 24. Bomberry not able to keep that car down on the bottom, so going fast enough that it pushes up the racetrack.
Oh, wow. Mark Fawcett got on the binders quick, and good thing.
So, and Kai Bomberry doing a good job. Let the field go by and then get back up to speed in the 24, but you have to give the car some throttle to keep it turning. And that was the problem there for Kai Bomberry.
Bailey leads down the backstretch now over Beagle. Fawcett holding off Jim Lampman as this time by it'll be 1 lap left to go. Lampman and Fawcett, they've spent a lot of time together here in this qualifying heat.
They really have. That's the battle for third. Out in front is Dave Bailey by a handful of car lengths over Ryan Beagle in the 84. It looks like that's how it'll finish, but some slower traffic up ahead. Bailey goes to the inside of the racetrack. Ryan Beagle up on the high side, checkered flag in the air. Bailey takes the win. Beagle comes home second. Third it'll be Jim Lampman with Fawcett fourth. And Alan Rion, Rob Hoskins, Nate Claus, and Kai Bomberry. Wow. Mark Fawcett doing a really nice job to avoid the Kai Bomberry number 24 there as we have a look at that replay. Here they come, folks, the late models. 3 heats. Top 6 from each heat will transfer straight into the feature. Everybody else will run a consi. On the pole out of Windsor, it's the number 29 of Ryan Bonner. On the outside of the front row with no hometown listed, but he's down near Chatham Way. The 1A is Jake Hooker. Starting third out of Ridgeway, the 15 is Tim Gillespie. Starting fourth from Rodney, the 52 is Rick Cedar. Starting fifth from Ridgetown, the 60 is Nick Glassford. Starting sixth from Chatham, the RH94 is Jason Haskell. Starting seventh out of Wallaceburg, the 28K is Tate O'Leary. Starting eighth from Picton, the 87 is Andrew Hennessy. Starting 9th from Wallaceburg, the 05 is Mike Lewis, and rounding out the top 10 in the 82, it's Ken Winfield. Remember, 6 cars will advance 8 laps the distance.
Off they go in a 1 and 2. Jake Hooker on the outside in that Othniel 1A. So he leads into corner number 3. Coming down to complete lap number 1 of the first of 3 qualifying heats for these late models.
A couple of cars getting squirrely out there on that first lap, but they're able to gather them in and stay green as Jake Hooker has launched himself out in front of Tim Gillespie and that number 15 to a full straightaway lead here in the early going.
2 on the board for Jake Hooker, who did some testing of the NASCAR Pinty Series and almost got a chance to drive that NTN Bearing 64 a couple of weeks ago, but that fell short. But showing right now why he was touted to drive that car out in front with the caution flag flying.
Caution is out for the 52 of Rick Cedar, spun around in turn number 2.
Yeah, guys, just want to mention that Jake Hooker, you mentioned he was in the running for the ride that ended up going to Jake Sheridan. Jake was first on the call sheet but didn't have his NASCAR license and couldn't get medical clearance in 48 hours in time to get into that ride. So Adam, he called me last week and said, how do I get certified right now to make sure if I ever get in that situation again, I got my medical clearance. So we are working to get Jake through the NASCAR licensing process.
Great young man in quality equipment driving for Brad Othniel.
Yeah, just want to mention also this is a late model open, so at Southern Ontario Motor Speedway they run open big motors, and everywhere else here at Ontario, Brighton, Humberstone and around, they run crate late models. So it's a mix here tonight. Don't forget, the crate late model won it with Pitsy, one of the recent times we did this event. So it can be done with the crate late model.
Well, Kirk Hooker was telling me before the show he doesn't understand why more crates don't come out. Like he says, when they travel, go to Brighton or Humberstone, he says the crate cars almost always beat them.
I mean, yeah, but we've had some great car counts tonight. An amazing group, 28 I think we've got signed in, which is awesome. And I want to send a shout out to Greg Haskell and a lot of the people over there who helped us get this race together. They got on board, and we'll be showing a bit of their logos later in the broadcast. But yeah, it's amazing to have them all come together and say, hey, we really want to race there. What's going to take to get it done? And we'll talk about their sponsors as we get into it, guys.
Well, and not only did they support the show, but the teams have come out in full force to come and play, which is always good to see.
Back under the green flag as it's once again Jake Hooker out in front, Gillespie and Hennessy now door to door off of corner number 2. It's side by side behind them with Bonner and Nick Glassford.
So Hennessy would definitely be one of the crate-powered cars at 87. We'll see if he can close the gap on Jake Hooker out in front.
I apologize, that's Mike Lewis out there with Glassford. Bonner dropping back there off that restart, and he's back in the thick of it.
Halfway through, 4 laps down, 4 laps to go for Jake Hooker out in front of Andrew Hennessy. They worked down through 1 and 2. Let's take a look at the last lap times. Andrew Hennessy was a little faster last time than our race leader, but they were pretty darn close.
Now remember, Andrew Hennessy's a crate car as Jake Hooker blows it over the banking in corner 3. Hennessy will grab the lead away in the 87.
Hooker immediately to the bottom of the racetrack. Slide job up in front of Andrew Hennessy. Hennessy will cross him over, then fall back in line. And you watch Jake Hooker pull down that straightaway.
Off of corner 4 they come. 2 laps left to go. Hennessy and Hooker side by side. The open late, and you've got the crate late there in that second spot, duking it out.
And folks, this is a great lesson in what makes speed. When Jake Hooker goes in the turn and gets that car sideways, he is not making speed. Andrew Hennessy is able to keep the car straighter. That is how you make speed. So when Hooker hits his mark, that car is beautiful around the corner, staying fairly straight. As soon as he gets sideways, doesn't matter how much horsepower you've got. Oh, when he goes off the banking, Jake Hooker with a checkered flag in the air. It's going to be a drag race to the line.
And Hennessy picks up the win over Hooker, so twice Jake Hooker had turn number 3 bite him, and it costs him the win. Gillespie crosses the line in 3rd. Then it's Mike Lewis 4th, Nick Glassford 5th, Jason Haskell 6th, Ken Winfield 7th. 8th goes to Ryan Bonner. Then it was Tate O'Leary 9th and Rick Cedar in 10th.
So if you watch the movie Cars, yes, you have to turn right to go left, but you still want to keep it straight. As we look at the replay, Hooker got into turn 3 just a little bit hot up over the banking, did a great job to gather it back and almost maintain the win. But he came up a few hundredths of a second short, and Andrew Hennessy takes the top spot. Heat race number 2. Hopefully they got the gearing sorted out on this one, because he's going to start on the pole. The 66 from Grand Point is Tyler Lozon. Starting second from Essex, the 38D is Doris Lajeunesse. Starting third from Blenheim, the 555 is Andrew Rayome. And on the outside of row number 2 in the 57 from Trenton, it's Charlie Sandercock. Starting 5th from Chatham, the 4 is CJ Field. Starting 6th in the 36 from Chatham, it's John Pinsonneau. Starting 7th from Blenheim, the 49 is Brett Hope. Brian Spielman is in the 22, and Elliott Wilton is in the 557.
And Elliott Wilton tonight making his super late model debut in that 557. The car number is a tribute to his dad, who is a dirt bike racer.
Cool. Got a couple of them stacked up there in turn number 2. I believe that's Brian Spielman along with Brett Hope. You can see some damage on the right rear bodywork of Brian Spielman. He started deep in the field, pitches it down into the turn, and he had to check up for the 4 of CJ Field. And when he did, that collected the 49 of Brett Hope. But he pulls away from the concrete barrier on the inside, and there's still hope.
Yeah, 2 of the Hope Motorsports cars in this qualifying heat. As I mentioned, Elliott Wilton going for his first race in a late model here tonight, and out of the Hope Motorsports stables. So Brett will tuck in line. I think they're going to get everyone set, and maybe, well, they're going to come to the white flag this time by.
I heard we need to welcome a couple of first-time fans to the racetrack tonight. Dave Stanfield and Luke Patrick. Thanks for coming out. Hope you have a good time.
All right, we'll try it again. 1 lap on the board. 7 to go here in the second of 3 qualifying heats for the late models.
Coming to the green. Wow. There was not a gear change on that 66. That thing is absolutely singing.
And Charlie Sandercock will get by him for the second spot as it's Andrew Rayome out in front in the 555. He'll lead the lap over Sandercock, and now CJ Field to the inside of Lozon in the 66.
Top 2 have pulled away by half a straightaway over that battle for third. Has Lozon on the inside, Field up on the high side. Out in front, Rayome continues to lead over Charlie Sandercock, but Sandercock not letting him get away too far.
Once again, we're seeing the same thing in this heat as we did in the previous one. You've got the super late out front, the crate late model right there in second. And I talked to Charlie earlier this week, and he said it's going to be a hard feat in the crate. But I said, you know what? The way Ohsweken Speedway's been this year, it may play into his favor come feature time.
As the night goes on and the track slicks over, that'll be a real equalizer. As the 49 is checked up, he's heading to the pits. Brett Hope going to take an early exit from this qualifying heat as we're halfway through.
It's all Andrew Rayome right now down the back stretch in that 555. The driver to Blenheim, Ontario, leading the way. sails it off a corner 4 to complete lap 5. Sandercock in second, then a good gap back to C.J. Field and Tyler Lazon. Those two continue to hover around one another. And then 5th place right now is John Pinsino in that 36. Man, that car throws me back to the days of Kirk Hooker in the 36 machine, that pink color. Back in the days when they'd race with Can-Am Brighton and South Buxton at the time, and Ridge Raceway.
And a pavement late model program as well in the All-Star Series. White flag is out for Ray Ohm in the 555, who was pulled away to a commanding lead over Charlie Sandercock, and another big gap back to C.J. Field in the 4, who's got Spielman right behind him. Remember, Spielman was involved in that lap 1 skirmish.
Checkers out. Riom will pick up the win over Charlie Sandercock. At the line for 3rd, C.J. Field is going to hold off Lazon. And then it's the 36 of Pinsino. The 66, sorry, that is Lazon. Not Spielman was in the other green car, and I called that wrong. I'll be all right.
That doesn't happen often.
And then Wilton, Lajeunesse, and Hope complete the running order, with 1 qualifier left to go for the late models.
I'll tell you how they're going to line up, but we're going to keep on doing shout-outs because that's what we've been doing. Shout out from Mike Francis to his buddy Dion Thring, whose birthday was yesterday, and to his older brother Kevin, whose birthday is today. And Rob T sent me a note to say Roger Shenstone is in the house tonight. Wow. So that's really cool that Roger Shenstone is out. That was close.
50-50 at $640.
Come on, you can do better than that, folks. On the pole for heat race number 3 out of Chatham, and the number 7 is Brent Colby. Alongside from Berlin, the 47B is Joe Brosseau. Starting 3rd from parts unknown in the 11, it's Brad Bloomfield. Starting 4th out of Chatham, the RH21 is Greg Haskell. Starting 5th in the 39 from Blenheim, it's Jim Dale Jr. And starting 6th from Windsor, the 33 is Topher Fiddler. Starting 7th from Fort Erie, the 94Z is Stan Zankin. Starting 8th from Charing Cross, the 43 is Cody Vandewinkle. And starting 9th from Thamesville, the 20 is Dwayne Malott.
Green goes up in the air, and we are on it, the 3rd and final qualifying heat of the night for the late models. And we got 1 around now. It'll gather up a couple of cars, and that should put us under the caution flag.
Looks like both cars will be able to drive away. .33 had to think about it for a minute. That's Topher Fiddler. The other car involved. Couldn't catch the number on that other car, could you? I don't like announcing.
No, I'm sorry.
When we don't see the. When I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. The 06, which is not in our starting lineup.
No. Now, Jim Dale Jr. tonight driving the 39 instead of the 00. That's an honorary wrap, courtesy of his, in honor of his old racing buddy, Brent Gibbons. So that's why Jim Dale Jr. not in the traditional 00 tonight.
Is your timing and scoring working, Greg?
It was until just now.
Okay.
Shout out to the guy that just asked if my couch is still for sale on Facebook Marketplace. Yes, it is. Oh, no, sorry. I'm not supposed to read those ones out. But please buy it.
I'm more taken aback by a... Never mind. If it's good enough for your butt, Greg.
I knew something was coming. All right. We'll get a lap on the board this time with Joe Brosseau out in front in the 47.
Running in that second spot is Greg Haskell in the 21, and he's holding off right now, but not by much. Brad Bloomfield in the 11.
Yeah, Greg ripped around by Bloomfield, and now Stan Zankin working his way into the picture. And from what I understand, they just finished getting this car together this afternoon to race here tonight. So Stan Zankin Of course, sprint car fans will recognize that name. He's got a lot of laps in Southern Ontario in a sprint car.
Yeah, he's driven a lot of different things. I don't know why they put go-kart numbers on the door. That is a wee little 9 and a wee little 4. We've got one around in turn 1. It's Brent Colby in the 7.
And that'll put us back under the caution flag with 2 on the board. There we see Brent Colby.
Let's go back to that. Paris, France, to be a professional female volleyball player.
It's quite the accomplishment.
Right?
Yeah.
That's fabulous. What an experience that'll be.
And you and I, not being athletes, don't understand what it takes to be that level of an athlete. But in all seriousness, the commitment and that razor's edge focus to be that good, it's pretty impressive.
And still she gets sent back and forth to the recycling bin. Maybe the concession.
The only laser focus we have is at the buffet. By the way, I spent the week at Great Wolf Lodge. What a buffet.
What? You spent the week at... What do they pay you here?
Friends took us.
Trouble in turn number 4.
Okay, it was 2 days, but it felt like a week.
The Van de Winkle 43. And they do have a good buffet there, eh?
Oh,
really?
Oh, yeah. Breakfast and dinner. I was still full by dinner time from the breakfast buffet.
Wow.
Oh, it's aces.
Yeah, we haven't been down there in many years, of course.
That was my first time ever, and it was quite impressive. We only went for a couple of nights, and that was expensive enough. But,
I think it's all you can do. Like, I don't know that people go for much longer, but it is a great place. Fabulous rooms, fabulous experience. And we do need to support it because that family has been supportive of motorsports, because I believe the same people who own Great Wolf Lodge own Ripley's Believe It or Not, which was on Paul Klager's cars for many years.
Yep.
I mean, we can still like places even if they don't get involved in motorsports, but we like them more when they get involved in motorsports.
And normally this was the week we'd go and stay at Karen Croft, and this year we thought we'd try something just a little bit different because we didn't take any other holidays, so we tried Great Wolf Lodge. But Karen Croft is always a great place to go as well. Fred Cade and the folks.
Yep.
Great racing supporters as well, as we get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here with the late models.
There's a good restaurant at the Karen Croft, too.
Oh, Doc McGilligan's. Here we go, back to the green. You can tell what our real passion is, Adam. We should just do a food show.
We are a food show. Out in front, it's Haskell over Brousseau. Jim Dale Jr. trying to keep pace in that 39 machine as we've got 2 laps to go.
Yeah, the scoring and timing is off on the board and off on my race monitor as well. But nonetheless, Greg Haskell out in front over Brousseau. Then it's Jim Dale Jr. and Stan Zankin riding back there in 4th as a white flag comes out. Brad Bloomfield riding in 5th.
One more time around as Haskell using that high side. Running a pretty line out there in that 21 machine. One more time through 3 and 4, and it'll be checkered flag in the air. Haskell going to take the win over Brousseau. Jim Dale Jr. hangs on for 3rd. Zankin trying to hold off Bloomfield for 4th, and he will do it. The mystery driver in the 06, we will get a name on that 06 come feature time. Welcome Concy time, because he's going to have to run the B main. But we can tell you the 7 of Brent Colby rounded out the field.
So the 360 sprints are up next, final qualifying heats of the night before we go to our B mains and features. See them buzzing to life over there on the micro sprint track, ready to go.
Jordan Van Hall was behind the wheel of the 06. Many thanks to Dean Outhouse for that. And if it's wrong, blame Dean Outhouse.
All right, first of 3 qualifying heats for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack merchandising sprint cars from the pole out of Ohsweken in the 7017. That'll be Tyler Powless. Tyler Powless running the 360 tonight. To his outside from Brantford, the Little Bend 110, that'll be Jake Brown. And going from 3rd from Mississauga, Ontario. In the 17X, the highlight man, Mac Demand. To his outside, going from 4th, Liam Martin out of Binbrook in car number 9. Going from 5th, from Beamsville in the 88H, 2-time winner this year, is Josh Hansen. And alongside him, going from 6th out of Tonawanda, New York in the 7NY, it's Matt Farnham. Rolling off 7th from St. Catharines, the 46, that is Kevin Pauls. And going off 8th out of Grimsby, car number 90, Travis Cunningham. So 8 cars ready to go, 8 laps the distance.
Until it's getting late in the season when the sun has already gone way down behind the trees in the distance. Powless on the inside, Jake Brown on the high side in the 110. Work their way through 3 and 4, waiting for the chalk line to bring him to green. We're underway.
Off they go down into 1 and 2. Powless drifts way up the track, and Jake Brown will go to the bottom. Liam Martin goes around the outside of the lead, but here comes Jake down into the inside slide job in front of Martin. Martin will cut back down the hill, but Jake leads the lap.
Bold move by Jake Brown to take the lead. He'll run the slider line sort of in 1 and 2, and that allows Liam Martin to go around on the high side. Josh Hansen back in 3rd with Mac Demand and Matt Farnham hot on his heels.
Liam Martin leads another time by with Jake Brown right there working the bottom side. Here comes Mac Demand. Oh, something goes wrong on the 17X, and he's right to the outside of corner 2. Rolls it toward the pit area of the car, will stall out, and that will put us under the caution flag.
I'm having a hard time deciding whether that was a conscious decision to try to turn up to the pits.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that could have been, Adam. You remember we talked earlier, he had problems with that car not running properly. They weren't sure if it was a fuel system or a spark plug. I think Mac was headed for the pits and then thought maybe if he stops here, he might get 2 minutes. That might have been just one of those quick decisions, but there are no 2 minutes here in the heat races. So if that was the decision, it won't work for him.
Well, looks like we'll wait and see what he does here. But yeah, it was hard to tell. At first glance, I thought for sure he knew something was wrong. He was headed to the pits, and then it was almost like a hesitation, like maybe he decided to either, as Clint said, take the caution flag or just keep on going. But then he was so committed up there in 2, he couldn't. So we'll see what happens here.
Uh-oh. Boss is coming. Look sharp. Shh. Happy birthday on Monday to Debbie Rose. And if anyone's been trying to get us on the show chat, I haven't had mine open. I just opened it now, so.
Lock the door.
I know the code.
Yeah, there's other employees that knew the code.
Ouch.
Green out of 4. For Liam Martin in the number 9, Jake Brown in the 110, Josh Hansen in the 88, and it's Matt Farnham in the 7. Mac Demand is tagged on to the back end of this field. Everybody qualifies here tonight, but I still have a feeling we're going to see a big attempt at a slide job from Jake Brown.
And here comes Josh Hansen. Don't forget the history between them as well. As Hansen now.
Liam, wow, he got up the racetrack, and I didn't like the arc he was taking, but it worked out.
Hansen around Farnham as he'll close in on the top 2. It's Liam Martin out in front, Jake Brown second. Here comes Hansen looking to the outside of Jake Brown down the back stretch, but Jake and Mitch so good on that inside line, just content to run smooth and steady, get the power off the corner.
Am I crazy, Greg? Like, watch Liam Martin. He gets right there, and you think there's no way he'll make that turn.
Oh, that's what he does every lap, I think, in that 9 machine, as he is just right out to that edge in corner number 2.
2 laps to go. Jake Brown not letting Liam Martin get away. Brown running down low. Liam Martin up high. Whoa, McDeman slides up the racetrack. Has to lift a little bit. Tyler Poutless got close, but not able to make a move. 1 more lap to go.
Here comes Jake Brown. He's going to throw it down there in corner number 1, but Liam Martin gets a good launch off of 2. He'll have 1 more try down in 3.
Brown to the inside. Liam Martin up high, side by side through turn number 4. It's Martin for the win. Jake Brown second. Josh Hansen third. Hang on to it. Matt Farnham, he'll take 4th over Powless, McDeman, Travis Cunningham, Kevin Pauls. And again, Kevin Pauls, he actually sent me a note after that Monday night show after the Nationals. But we really do see him improving, and this is not an entry-level division. It's not something you jump into and immediately have success. But they continue to do better and better.
He's very steady out there and looking good. And Alex Nagy wishes you a happy birthday, Adam.
Thanks, buddy. Before we do the lineup, huge thank you to John Brush from Corpac Merchandising. He walked up here into the tower earlier, says, I've got an envelope for Clinton Jeffrey. It's U.S. funds. So John Brush, so very generous.
Yes, he is. He gives to the sport that he loves, just gives back. And John's a great guy. Just overall, you want to talk racing, John Brush is your guy, and he loves it like nobody else and supports it just the same. Second qualifying heat will line up like this from the pole out of Tilsonburg. In the 13, it's Corey Turner, the current point leader. He is outside from Port Colborne in the 5D, Jacob Dykstra. Rolling off third, it's downtown Mitch Brown from Brantford in the 10. To his outside, good to see him for the first time this year out of Ontario, New York. It's the Cobra, Chuck Hebing in the 45H. Starting in 5th out of Wilsonville, Ontario, the 94X, that is Scott Hall.
Hey, yo.
And Aaron Turkey rolls off 6th. In the 68 out of Ohsweken, Nick Sheridan from Mount Bridges in the 45 starts 7th. And Jim Hoopinen from Fenwick, Ontario in the 14H goes off 8th. Green flag in the air.
Down into turn number 1, Turner slides up in front of Dykstra. Slides up and up. It allows Mitch Brown and Chuck Hebing the opportunity to battle for the lead. They both slide underneath Corey Turner. It'll be Mitch Brown leading at the strike.
Boy, I tell you what, coming out of corner 4, I wasn't sure exactly who was going to lead that lap as Chuck Hebing making all sorts of bold moves down the backstretch. Here he is in that 2nd spot, chasing down Mitch Brown.
Brown out in front, Hebing 2nd. Jacob Dykstra, look at him roll the outside, and that 5 machine has to scrub off some speed on corner exit. Now Nick Sheridan around the outside of Corey Turner.
Mitch Brown out in front of that CarQuest Auto Parts car, number 10, after his brother just finished 2nd in the previous heat. Here comes Jacob Dykstra trying to track down the Cobra, Chuck Hebing.
Dykstra working that high side real well on the black number 5 as we're halfway through, and Nick Sheridan closing the gap in the number 45. Dykstra going to try to squeeze around the high side of the Cobra.
Wow, he made that work on that outside of corner number 2. Didn't give up at all. Here he comes with a good run off of 4. He'll take the 2nd spot at the line.
You can almost see him building confidence lap after lap. Dykstra up again towards the wall. My goodness, they're flirting with disaster.
These young drivers just have no fear of that 2nd corner wall, as Jacob Dykstra doing exactly what Liam Martin just did in the previous heat. Here he goes again.
Slides up the racetrack, higher and higher they go, but look at him close in on that number 10 of Mitch Brown. White flag in the air. There's 1 more lap to go.
Mitch Brown trying to hold on with Jacob Dykstra, Chuck Hebing, and Nick Sheridan comes up from the back of the pack up into the 4th spot.
Wow, Dykstra again flirting with it up high. Can he do it? He's got 1 more swing. 3 cars battling for the checkers. It's Mitch Brown, Jacob Dykstra, Chuck Hebing. Sheridan finishing 4th, and then Corey Turner in the 13, Aaron Turkey hooping in. And how about Scott Hall staying on the lead lap?
Yeah, nice job, because they were humming at the front. You look at those 3 or 4 cars, they were turning down some pretty quick lap times, but Scott Hall does a nice job staying on the lead lap. And downtown Mitch Brown picks up the heat race win.
Hey, ELP 441's tired of the downtown Mitch Brown. It's getting old. Well, guess what? It's been around since the 60s. Choke on it. I mean, it is a fine nickname with a storied history.
All right, heat race number 3 ready to go as they roll it onto the racetrack.
Guys, I'm just going to make a quick mention. You know, Cooley has parted ways with GSR tonight. They were trying to get young Johnny Miller in the car, guys, but Johnny could not fit in the seat, and they didn't have enough time to get it swapped out. So maybe we see Johnny Miller in that 20 in the coming weeks.
That'd be a great opportunity for the young man.
Don't even need to change the number. Perfect
No,
fit.
exactly.
So DJ Christie rolls off from the pole. He's from Beachville in car number 5 to his outside from Dorchester, car 1, Holly Porter. Starting in 3rd from Caister Center, car 11 is Jamie Turner. And joining us again here tonight, starting in 4th from Scotland, Ontario, the 47X D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook. Starting in 5th from Niagara Falls, the 70 is Bailey Hurd to his outside. The Ohsweken Flyer, Glenn Stiers in car number 0 starts 6th. From the 7th spot from Scotland, the 87X, that's Sean Evans. And Ryan Turner from Dunnville in the 15, he'll go from the 8th spot.
There is a lot of wins in this qualifying heat. In different forms of cars, like Holly Porter does lights out in the micro sprints. DJ Christie with a big history of winning. Jamie Turner, Dylan Westbrook, Glenn Stiers, Ryan Turner, Sean Evans. Bailey Hurd cutting his teeth. Not as many wins, but still a lot of checkered flags represented out there.
Final qualifying heat of the night. Ready to come to the green flag for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising Sprint Cars.
Holly Porter leads him down the back straightaway. DJ Christie in tow. Here comes Dylan Westbrook to the inside. Whoa, boy. Westbrook getting all kinds of funky down in 3 and 4.
Holly Porter leads the way over to DJ Christie. Here comes Dylan Westbrook in the 47X, tracking down DJ. He'll slide up the banking in 4 right in front of Christie. Christie will try to cross back down, but Westbrook holds down 2nd.
A little further back, Glenn Stiers runs 4th. He's under attack from Ryan Turner in the 15. Stiers has a lift there in turn number 2. That'll allow Turner to the inside.
3 laps on the board for Holly Porter, and great to see her running out front and so strong right now. She's had a struggle of a year, and right now looking racy in that car number 1.
Well, I heard as soon as Braden Cooley vacated that number 20, there may or may not have been other GSR teams down there stealing the shocks off it.
Well, Holly Porter is out in front, but Dylan Westbrook, former GSR driver of his own right now, working that outside line off of corner 4, trying to close the gap on the 1 car.
Yeah, but Holly Porter's holding her own down there. She's got a good line figured out on the bottom. They're not really able to buzz the high side anymore in 1 and 2, and 3 and 4 really not so much either. So Holly Porter with 2 laps to go is looking pretty good in this one.
How about this run by Ryan Turner? He started at the tail in this one. Now he's challenging Westbrook for that 2nd spot. He's closing quick. This time by it'll be the white flag.
Turner to the inside. Westbrook up high. Holly Porter out in front, but that's still under contest as well. Now Westbrook dives to the bottom in 1 and 2.
Here comes Turner. Tries to look down low, but 3 and 4 will be his final chance at that 2nd spot. Holly Porter's going to pick up the win. Dylan Westbrook 2nd. Ryan Turner with a good drive up to 3rd. Then it's DJ Christie 4th. 5th is Glenn Stiers. 6th goes to Bailey Hurd. 7th, Jamie Turner. And then Sean Evans completes the running order. So how about that? A big win for Holly Porter, the driver to Dorchester, Ontario. Good to see her running up front there in that GSR number 1.
Guys, what a bit of racecraft there by Dylan Westbrook. He saw Turner get inside, knew just where to stomp it and crank it at the last second there to take it away, and then went to the bottom to prevent the 15 from getting a run. Good to see D-Dubs back here, and what a run for Ryan Turner in the Nitro 54 variety machine. We get ready for B-Mains now. Last chances for a couple of these divisions. I think we have 3 B-Mains tonight. Great car counts in all those classes. And if we didn't lose the 20, we would have needed a B main in all classes tonight. Fantastic car counts here as we thank everybody from Insta Panels for helping us get the night underway. And we'll be talking about some late model sponsors a bit later, guys. But last chance qualifier for the Big Art Hill Memorial coming up here right now.
10 laps the distance, top 4 qualify. Here's how they'll line up. Starting first, in the 14L, it's John Lubeck. On the outside of the front row, the 79 is Steve Miller. Starting third, the 31 of Jesse McDonald. Starting fourth, the 46 of Jillian Hills. Starting sixth, the 5 of Dave Goodacre. Starting seventh, the 12 of Don Deagle. Starting 8th, the 7B is Braden Cuse. Starting 9th, the 54 is Christopher French. Mason Anderson in the 4A, and then it's Trevor DeBoer in the 23T. Paul Longboat in the 188. Crystal Souls in the 81D. Dustin Duga in the 14 Double D. Jeremy May in the 10X. Wade Thorne in the 4. Ashton Dickey in the 1A. And Braden Burning in the 555. That is how they're scheduled to line up.
Ty Kit says nothing beats sitting on a creek bank, or is it a creek bank? Fishing for catfish, watching the races.
Just like the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band sang about.
You and me.
Happy birthday tomorrow to Blaine Robinson, 19 years old. And since my son asked so nicely, Connor, you can have a shout out in Boston too.
I've never heard you called that name before.
Oh, from my family? I've heard it all.
Well, only 4 will transfer. This is going to get dicey.
I love me a B main. Lots of cars start, and for most of them, their night is over.
Caution right back out.
And the reason being they're trying to get the lineup right, and it's important. B main on a big night, Art Hill Memorial. Doug Leonard's been working on the one-way radio.
Cammy jumped the start there, threw the green on Doug.
My son's upset. He wanted the shout out from Greg, not me.
Hey there, Daddy's money.
Yeah, I'm going to redecorate your bedroom before you get home. Move it to the shed. I've been wanting a powder room.
Wow. That's an image.
Right? The powder is Gold Bond.
I was just going to say. It's like a Costco-sized Gold Bond container.
I had the best idea. You know those old, what do you call those flumes that they used to...
For the fireplace.
Yeah, but I was going to get one that blows up your boxers. So you just stand over top of it, give it one good blow.
Omaha. 4 cars will transfer. Can we get Adam a transfer? Oh, contact mid-pack there. Miller in the thick of it, and a couple of cars scoot down to the inside. One's Wade Thorne. Now watch him. This is a car that competes for feature wins on a regular basis. Coming from deep now, trying to get into that top 4.
And the race is on. Out in front, it's Lubeck, Jesse McDonald. They're trying to run away and hide with Jillian Hills in that 46. That car's got some speed. Christopher French as well. A 6-car pack where only 4 cars make it.
Lubeck out in front of her, McDonald. And then Jillian Hills, Wade Thorne in that 4 machine. 3 wide with Trevor DeBoer and the French 54 machine.
That sounds fancy. French 54. I believe you mean 54.
You're on fire tonight, bud.
Yeah, I do my best. McDonald to the inside of John Lubeck. Lubeck still able to keep his momentum up on the high side, but look at this. They're closing in on a much slower 55 car. Braden Burning in the 55 with a flat right front tire.
Wow.
And there is numbers. It's black on dark purple.
You're right. Well, the top 4 have cleared. Now Trevor DeBoer gets by. And Burning stays on the track, so few other drivers will need to dodge here. So
Now,
Doug Leonard saying they've been black flagging that 555 for a few laps, that flat tire.
I hope that he comes out here and really does better and better and starts to win races, and then we can call him the burning sensation.
I'm out. Speaking of Gold Bond,
These are like the brilliance. Look, think about the T-shirts. T-shirt sales alone would be through the roof. So Burning comes to rest on the front stretch. Not much left. Is there a right front tire there at all? I don't think there is.
Not much. I see those numbers now.
Yeah.
The burning sensation. My goodness.
I could go. You want me to go on? The burning sensation has swept the mini stock division here at Ohsweken Speedway. You'd think we were running it never. Like, what did they do after the races?
Well, it's been a pleasure, Adam. How many years?
It was a good run.
Omaha. So they'll get the hook there on the burning 555. Still 6 to go. 4 cars to transfer. And right now that car is Trevor DeBoer.
So I think we can call an end to. I was asked by the driver of the 60. You might notice we didn't introduce the 5th place starter in the first heat or in this consi because it was Rob Twitchett, driver of the 69. Rob messaged me. He said, "Look, I'm tired of the announcer's curse. Please stop talking about me." All right, Rob, I'll give you your wish. Not going to mention you. Pretended he wasn't even here. The trouble is, he also pretended he wasn't even here, and he has fallen out of the consi.
There you go. Don't blame us.
But we had to prove the myth wrong, and Rob is a good sport.
Lights out, ready to go back. 6 laps left to go. Some very good drivers still outside of a transfer spot right now. Top 4 will move on. Jesse McDonald, John Lubeck on that front row with Wade Thorne, Trevor DeBoer. Here comes Christopher French, makes a move down to the inside.
Down into turn number 1, Jesse McDonald trying to get away in that 31 machine. They're 3 wide for second, and then right behind them, the drivers trying to work their way up to the top 4. First of which is Trevor DeBoer, who will work to the outside of French through 3 and 4.
Halfway home, McDonald's got a good advantage right now over that battle for the final 3 transfer spots behind him. Lubeck hung on the outside. French and May now in the middle trying to get 3 cars, 1 spot. Who's it going to be out of that group?
Wow. They work off at turn number 4. McDonald and Thorne have raced their way to safety. Trevor DeBoer looking pretty good in the 23T. The only spot really under contest for now is the 4th position. French in the 54, Lubeck in the 14, May in the 10, Cuse in the 7, and then here comes Don Deagle as well, and the 4A of Mason Anderson.
3 laps left to settle this one. Out in front, Jesse McDonald and Wade Thorne. Not a big surprise there. 2 drivers with a lot of laps on this racetrack. Some success as well. Trevor DeBoer in 3rd. Here's that battle. Lubeck goes high. French down the bottom. Jeremy May trying to roll through the center. 2 laps left to go.
2 laps left. French works off the bottom of the racetrack, heads up towards the outside wall to run alongside John Lubeck. Jeremy May just a little bit too far back to work his way up the middle. It'll be the white flag off of turn number 4 as Thorne closing in on McDonald's number 31 for the race lead.
1 lap left to go. Top 3 in a pretty good spot, but there's 3 cars looking for 1 position in the final starting spot in the Art Hill Memorial. A challenge for the lead as well.
Down the back straightaway, Thorne looks to the outside of Jesse McDonald, squeezes between the 31 and the outside wall. Lubeck all by himself in 4th, but Jeremy May drives it deep into the corner. It'll be McDonald, Thorne, Trevor DeBoer. Who's going to finish 4th? John Lubeck gets the final spot in tonight's Art Hill Memorial.
Great race for that final transfer position. Lubeck gets it. So French, May, and others will be done for the night. Last chance qualifier coming for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. We still have a B main for the late models to come as well. Kyle Andrus goes from the pole here in this B main for the Thunderstock division. To his outside, Melissa Miller in the 93. She's from Ohsweken. Kyle Andrus from Hamilton. Row number 2, the 75 from Hagersville. That's Ryan Berry, and Kyle Wirt from Ancaster in the 19. He goes from 4th. 5th is Brian General from Ohsweken in the 13.5. Jamie Gooch scheduled to go to the outside in the 76 from the 6th spot. Darcy Grant from Morpeth in the 5G goes 7th. Travis Whittle was scheduled to make the call as well, but because of that crash, he is done for the night. Kelvin Fox in the 93F is there. And Kai Bomberry from Ohsweken, the 24K, also out there for this B main. 8 laps the distance. And I believe... Are we at 4 in this one as well? You found out about yours.
I do my homework.
6.
7.
7?
So it's basically
3 heats of 7. Yeah, okay.
It's all but 1. All but 1. I mean, it's not rocket science what it is that you and I, like, there's very little vital information we need. That's one of the pieces. But you would think, but because they hand us these sheets of paper with all of the information on it, except that,
we're lost.
We're lost.
Kyle Wirt out in front. He's got a feature win this year, so not where he's used to running in the B main, but Kyle Wirt's got it going with Melissa Miller there in 2nd.
And Kai Bomberry just took over the transfer spot. Kai Bomberry in the 24 will pick up the 28th starting spot if she can stay ahead of Darcy Grant in the 5.
Grant's going to the pits, so she will. It's Kyle Wirt, Melissa Miller, 1 and 2. Barry and the 93F of Kelvin Fox right now are in that fight for the 3rd position. And then Brian General and Kyle Andrus behind that. And Kai Bomberry right now, the 24 machine. The final car out there and will transfer.
Halfway through in this consolation event, which really now they're only racing for starting position. Everybody on the track will qualify for the feature event. Kai Bomberry getting down out of the way in that 24. Look at the number of lanes that 24 changes when it goes into the corner. So Kai Bomberry goes into the corner down low and has to learn about how this is done. Nice job there in 3 and 4 to keep it down. Last time into 1, went all the way across to the outside of the racetrack.
This is not as easy as getting in and driving.
No, and good job. Kai Bomberry is learning a bit. So the car almost spun out, but that's actually what Kai wants to feel, is the back end kind of come around and chase it. So good laps being run by the 24 of Kai Bomberry.
Kyle Wirt all by himself out in front over Melissa Miller. The white flag out. Again, all cars now will transfer now that Darcy Grant has dropped out of this one, and we had a few DNFs as well, or DNSs rather, did not start. Checkers out. Kyle Wirt will pick up the win. Melissa Miller is going to grab the 2nd spot over Kelvin Fox in the 93F. Ryan Berry in the 75. Brian General, Kyle Andrus, and Kai Bomberry. Those will be the cars that move on to tonight's feature event for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks.
that should lead us into intermission. Before we go there, we've been doing shout-outs and birthdays and things of that nature. But Kyle Tomaski pointed out another anniversary we need to mention is tomorrow will be 8 years since we lost Pete Costco. Not a happy anniversary. Pete, of course, the owner of Humberstone Speedway, big supporter of races and racers. And we lost him quite suddenly 8 years ago tomorrow.
Hard to believe it's gone by that quickly. Well, it looks like we're ready for a quick commercial break, and we'll be back after our intermission and get ready for B-Main for the late models here on G-Force TV.
I've always had this spirit that I wanted to invent something new. And so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it. And the only way that you really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing that. That's my forte.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Welcome back live to G-Force TV here from Ohsweken Speedway as Instapanels brings us tonight's action. We've got our Ackland Insurance Top Gun Award winner here, Liam Martin. Liam, that means you're the best in qualifying tonight. Any night you can start your night out here on the concrete is a good start. What's the game plan for your feature this evening?
We're just going to try something different with the car tonight. I know we had a great car in the heat race there. Track's probably going to go away a little bit, and we might have to do something different, but if we're just hoping for a good finish. I know we're starting 7th from the redraw, which is kind of sucks, but it is what it is, and we're just going to have to shoot for the top.
We have a lot of the big guns coming in to get ready for the Nationals coming up in a couple weeks. You know, Chuck Keeby's here, Dylan Westbrook's here, Farnham's here. Does that change your game plan at all?
Not really. Just race them as hard as I can and see how we do.
Right on. We'll watch for Liam Martin to go from position number 7 tonight in the redraw. Guys, we'll be right back on G-Force TV with the features coming up here shortly.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Welcome back live to G-Force TV for Friday night excitement from Ohsweken Speedway as we get ready for B-Main racing for the late models here tonight. 11 cars set to make the call. 10 laps will be the distance there. And then we'll head into our feature event. Our feature events, rather. 42 laps for the mini stocks will be up first in the Art Hill Memorial. Thunder stocks, 20 laps. Late models, 25. And we'll conclude tonight's program with the 360 sprints competing for 20 laps in their second from last points race of the season. As we mentioned, next Friday night will be the final points night for both of our sprint car divisions as Epic Racewear presents back-to-school backpack night. So a lot of the teams over there have been purchasing backpacks created by Epic Racewear. Really nice bags that they've got for the kids to go back to school with. And those teams are going to take those home this week. They're going to fill them full of school supplies and bring them back next Friday night. And kids will have a chance to win those next week here at Back to School Backpack Night, brought to you by Epic Racewear. It's championship night for the 360 sprint cars and the crate sprints. And then in 2 weeks' time, Quick Firestarter presents the ROC Race of Champions Sportsman versus the Dirt Car Sportsman, plus 358 modifieds, and championship night for the Thunder stocks and the mini stocks. Crates will be off that night in preparation for, of course, the big Canadian Sprint Car Nationals weekend on Friday, September the 16th, and Saturday, September the 17th, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety and Aero Express. On the Friday nights, the Canadian Crate Nationals, the Action Sprint Tour on the card, plus Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars, and then the following night, the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, $10,000 to the winner, plus the Action Sprint Tour is on the card that night as well. So go to OhswekenSpeedway.com to see the upcoming schedule the last few weeks as they wind down here at the Big O. And the nights are running by very, very quickly, and the championships wrapped up next week, as we said, for the sprint cars. Should make mention that the week that the sprint cars are off here, there's a big weekend down at Brockville, Ontario Speedway as Trailer Pros Canada presents the Action Sprint Tour both nights, Friday and Saturday night, September the 9th and 10th, down at the Boss. The Northeast Late Model Alliance Late Models, Dirt Car Pro Stocks, Vintage Mods on the Friday night, Sportsman, Modifieds, and Mini Stocks on the Saturday night. So if you like some sprint car racing, September 9th and 10th, nation. As we get ready for the B-Main, Adam Ross will have the starting lineup for the late models.
You finally got your wish. You got a camera fixed on the ice cream truck. Well, they're on the concessions right now, but soon it'll be the Greg Callan swirly cam.
Oh, wow. Never mind. Never mind.
Top 6 are going to transfer in this one. On the pole in the number 82, it's Ken Winfield. Alongside him, it's Elliott Wilton in the 557. Brent Colby drives the number 7. The 29 is Ryan Bonner. Doris Lajeunesse is 38D. The 20 is Dwayne Malott. Tate O'Leary drives the 28K. The 49 is Brett Hope. The 43 is Cody Vandewinkle. 52 is Rick Cedar. And the 33 is Topher Fiddler. Oh, if only people could hear what we hear. It's one button. I picture it as one button, and I don't know if it is. He might have to go through a series of skill testing questions to get his microphone shut off. But sometimes he doesn't, and we get to hear the magic of Spencer Mullen.
I picture like the Staples big red button.
I would think so.
Let's get him one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the vocal stylings of Spencer.
So last chance here for some of these late model drivers. Great field of cars, and
3 cars in this race will have to go home. And before we get too far into this one, a big welcome to Jim Cochran, Wall of Famer here at Ohsweken Speedway. He's in the house for the first time this year, which will be the first time in 3 years. So great to see him here. Green flag is out. 6 cars will transfer.
And it's Ken Winfield out in front in that 82 as he heads down the backstretch. Brent Colby in that second spot in car number 7 as they race through 3 and 4 for the first time. A few cars trying to make some moves in here.
Brent Colby struggled with things in his qualifying heat, but he's looking pretty good right now in the 7 machine.
Tate O'Leary had done a nice job down in 3 and 4 to get up there into a qualifying spot. Now he's in a 3-wide fight to stay in a transfer position. Bonner on the outside with a caution flag coming out.
52 machine of Rick Cedar has gone around in turn number 2.
Quickly under the caution with 1 lap down. Once again, we have found a cell phone. It's up here in the announce tower. If you're missing your cell phone, please make your way to the announce tower.
Hey, did you wish John Lowenberg a happy wedding anniversary?
I did not.
Well, happy wedding anniversary.
50-50, $1,510 now.
I knew it was going to get up there. It was a pretty light total you announced earlier on. When we get to tonight's feature event, they're going to run Delaware restart. So the leader gets a row to himself. And then second gets to choose inside or outside. And then the whole rest of the field is determined by which lane second place chooses. Until then, it'll be traditional double file starts and restarts. Kenny Winfield in the 82. Is that, aside from Stan Zankin, is that the only 2 Golden Horseshoe cars?
I believe so.
Isn't that something?
And Charlie and Andrew, the only 2 down from the east.
And still a 28-car field. I mean,
yeah.
Fabulous. I'm not, exactly. I guess it sounds like I'm complaining, but I'm not. It's good to see that many late models so you can run a special and draw that many cars.
Excellent job by these teams to show up and support this event, especially with the way the forecast was so unpredictable earlier on in the day, and a great turnout. We're ready to go to send 6 more to the big dance here tonight as they are on it down at 1 and 2. It's all Ken Winfield out in front, but behind that, they're dicing it up.
Yeah, Doris Lajeunesse thread the needle a little bit down there in the 38 machine, working on that second position now. Brent Colby back to 4th. Driver on the outside looking in is Hope in the 49 as they tangle right in front of him.
And now Hope's going to go to the outside of that mishmash down to the inside line. And Hope will scoot his way into the 5th position and a transfer spot just in front of Tate O'Leary.
A lot of juking and jiving back there in the back part of the field, but Ken Winfield saying, I want none of that. He is out front by a full straightaway over Doris Lajeunesse, trying to hold off Brent Colby in the number 7 and Elliott Wilton in the 557.
So Lajeunesse right now holding down that second spot. Is out in front. It's all Ken Winfield at the cross flags. Lajeunesse, Colby, and Wilton right now. Second, third, fourth, fifth is Hope, and the battle. Van de Winkel and the O'Leary 28K.
Yeah, Van de Winkel has the spot. O'Leary just behind them, and then behind O'Leary it's Ryan Bonner, sort of falling out of striking distance in that 29 machine.
Ken Winfield, man, what a performance he's putting on right now, that 82, as he rolls it off a corner four, almost a half a lap ahead of Lajeunesse.
Look at the difference, Greg. Let's watch a lap or so of Ken Winfield in that 82. He turns the wheel once. He pitches the car into the corner, turns the wheel once and holds on, and now he's steering with the throttle pedal in that 82. By comparison, we have a look at Doris Lajeunesse in the 38. Down into three, get the car back down, hit the gas, crank the wheel to the right, left, making some speed, but working pretty hard.
2 laps left to go. Top 6 to transfer here.
And Spencer's showing us just that. Watch Kenny Winfield in the 82, smooth as fast.
And that's exactly what he is right now. Off the corner. As one goes in the infield, Bonner in the 29.
And Bonner was not in a transfer spot to begin with, but still don't want to see your day end that way. Ken Winfield going to take the win. The battle is on for the second spot. Cody Van de Winkel in the 43 has moved up to second after getting around Doris Lajeunesse. Van de Winkel, Lajeunesse, then the 557 of Elliott Wilton. Brett Hope, and then Brent Colby are the cars that'll transfer. So Tate O'Leary, Rick Cedar, and Ryan Bonner. Thanks for joining us here this evening, but it does not look like they will transfer.
So that moves us on to feature time. All qualifying is completed, and we will get ready to go. HRW Automotive Mini Stocks will roll out onto the Speedway for their biggest race of the season, the Art Hill Memorial. 42 laps will be the distance, $2,000 to the winner.
Kevin Miller will give you a shout out. That's all you got to do is put a message in there, and if we happen to be watching.
So we'll get the drivers in order here and ready to go for their biggest race of the year. 38 showed up to compete. 24 will compete in the 42 laps.
Race fans, this is how they will line up for the Art Hill Memorial. Starting 24th from Port Colborne in the 14L, it's John Lubeck. On the inside of row 12 in the 23T from Hagersville, Trevor DeBoer. 22nd from Waterford, the 4 is Wade Thorne. 21st in the 31 from Caledonia, it's Jesse McDonald. In the 11, from Caledonia, it's the pinball, Mike Giberson. From Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen. Starting 18th, from Guelph, the 1 is Jason Tolton. Starting 17th, from Beachville, in the 60, Martin Schroeder. Starting 16th from New Hamburg, the 21H is Ryan Hiller. Starting 15th from Welland, the 38S is Sam Iftadi. On the outside of row 7, in the 51 from Smithville, it's Eric York. To his inside from Port Colborne, the 44 is Craig Vlasic. Starting 12th from York, in the 9, it's Tim DeBoer. Starting 11th from Thorold, the 96 is Tyler LaFantasy. Now, race fans, your top 10. On the outside of row number 5 in the 23 from Hagersville, Dusty DeBoer. Starting 9th from Brantford, the 64 is Nick Erskine. Starting 8th from Simcoe, the 66 is Broden Weiler. Starting 7th from Smithville, the 6X is Mike Sarantakos. Starting 6th from Waterdown, the 24 is Rodney Rutherford. Starting 5th from St. Catharines, the 13 is Vincent Pagnotta. Rolling off 4th from Linden, the 11E is Jeff Elsliger. Starting 3rd from Ancaster, the 16 is Fabio Oliveri. And now your front row on the outside of row number 1 from Burlington, the 10J is Jeremy Hughes. And your pole sitter from Waterdown, the 01, Tristan Da Silva.
Thanks, Adam. And Greg, as we get ready to go here into the Art Hill Memorial, this is one of the most important races for the mini stocks. Long way to get ready to race for this event, and we're super excited to bring this big mini stock race. But we do with heavy hearts. We lost one driver here in all our years at Ohsweken. Art Hill passed away here in 1999. And it's in his honor that we have this big mini stock race. They'll race 42 laps here tonight in honor of Art Hill. That was his number. And we'll ask for a quick moment of silence as we remember Art Hill as we get to go racing in his honor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll leave the pole open as I stand in it. In honor of our fallen racer, Art Hill. We need all you fans to help us out now and give us those famous words. When I count down to 3, you tell us to start it up. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Drivers, start your engines. Let's go racing in honor of Art Hill, guys. 42 laps coming up.
42 laps and a big payday waiting at the end of it. This can be, on some occasions, a battle of attrition. And it's not necessarily crash related. It's can the car make it the 42 laps? It's a battle between your competitors, your car, the racetrack. It's an exciting event. And our mini stocks put on a fantastic show. I'd put them up against any 4-cylinder division anywhere. And 42 laps makes it all the much better.
And the other thing, Greg, that makes it so special is it's very important to these drivers. They are proud to win the Art Hill Memorial. Do you have the list of winners of this event?
Yep, just bringing it up right now. And some of the names, most recent.
While he does that, I just want to mention quickly, guys, look how prestigious, Adam, you said it before. You have to make a race that no money, it doesn't matter. It's prestigious to win, and this is it. Look how many former mini stock drivers came back just to race in this one event. Greg, give us the winners list.
Yeah, 2019, the most recent, Tyler LaFantasy. Jason Tolton in 2018. Nick Massey, 2017. Jake Bazine in 2016, and Mark Bazine did it twice in 15 and 14. Mike Taylor in 2013. Carl Salt, 2012. Abe Castelline in 2011. Trevor Goulding, 2010. Mitch Brown, a two-time winner in 2009, 2008. Dave Bailey's got one. Mark Hallett back in 2006. Rick Emberson, 2005. Robbie Rounce, there's another name for you, 2004. Lee Winger in 2003. Doug Erskine in 2002. And back in 2000, Jim Swing. 2001, no race. And, of course, the past 2 years, no race.
Pretty impressive list of winners.
Very impressive.
A couple of them no longer with us. Abel Castelline, I believe Mike Taylor passed away too, didn't he? I want to say it was, geez, I shouldn't say things like that I'm not sure of.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, they're lined up 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the running of the Art Hill Memorial for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks.
Now, Chris Dauber points out that pinball is not a favorable name for a car driver, in my opinion. And Chris would be absolutely correct. Come on the back straightaway. Fire up those cell phone lights if you wish. That was a big hit on the NASCAR night. But the nickname pinball was not entirely complimentary, but for many, many years, Mike Iverson raced a Chevette. And this class, over the first 15 years the Speedway was here, was very physical. I mean, we were flipping cars every week. In fact, they started to make t-shirts for the Upside Down Club. It was a car upside down on a shirt, and you got one when you rolled over. But Mike Iverson happened to be involved in a couple of wrecks where it just seemed like his little Chevette was never going to stop rolling, and it kept getting hit by other cars, bouncing around like a pinball. So, not that he drives like he's a pinball, it was just a couple of the accidents he was in were pretty spectacular.
I just want to mention, we had 2 Mike Taylors here, so we did lose one. It was a different Mike Taylor that won the Art Hill Memorial a few years back.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Because I remember thinking, the Mike Taylor that we lost, that passed away, did race with us, but I didn't think he ever won a race. So I'm glad you cleared that up.
The Mike Taylor that won, he used to dabble in both pavement and dirt, I believe, right, guys? He was really a talented mini stalker. But how amazing is it to see these guys going for it? It's their biggest race of the year, and here we go, guys.
Green is out for the Art Hill Memorial. 42 long laps. So how will they compete, Adam? Will they race like this is the last lap every lap, or will they go patiently for 42?
There's no patience. You got to go. Tristan Da Silva, Jeremy Hughes side by side for the lead, but here comes Fabio Oliveri to the inside in the 16.
4-car breakaway at the front. Some experience right there with Jeremy Hughes out in front, Rodney Rutherford, Fabio Oliveri, and Tristan Da Silva. They're all race feature winners right there in that front 4.
Boy, Jeff Elslinger, who started up near the front in that 11E, is struggling. He's dropping back through the field in a big hurry. He started 4th, and he's outside of the top 20 at the completion of lap 2.
Tyler LaFantasy, the point leader, coming into tonight, riding in that 5th spot. He's really in that perfect spot right now. He sees the pack out in front, right in front of him, 4 of them going side by side, and then you got the big pack behind him, and he's just logging laps right now where it's safe.
And that's exactly what a lot of these drivers should be doing, Greg, but it's one of those situations where, well, I just want to pick up one more spot before I settle in. Well, everybody does that, and it's a big old battle out there as Nick Erskine races alongside Vincent Pagnotta. That's a battle for the 6th spot, about 10 car lengths behind Tyler LaFantasy, as you just talked about.
Jeremy Hughes goes down to the inside of Fabio Oliveri, down in corners 1 and 2 as they race off that second corner. Great shot from the drone as they race side by side behind leader Rodney Rutherford.
Mike Sarantakos with a problem off the turn number 2. He got a little bit squirrely, but I don't know if there's a problem with that race car, if he just lost his momentum.
And it is racy right now through the thick of the pack. Top 5 of, well, may get 6 have broken away, and then from 7th on back, still very racy. The best battle at the front is this one we're watching, Jeremy Hughes and Fabio Oliveri. Fabio rolls it around the outside of the 2nd spot.
Well, think about it, Greg. We don't have the crate sprints tonight, so that's 30-something race cars that would have been pounding this racetrack and polishing it off. This race is the first feature of the night. There's still a lot of bite out there. Quite often when we get to this race, it's kind of one preferred groove and people can make moves. right now, they can use most of this racetrack and still make a lot of speed.
Yeah, you can see out there as we were zoomed in on some of the cars, some of the chunks of clay rolling up off of this track, and that plays to what Clinton said right off the start of the night with those ripples and the cars hitting it right now. It's not what we've seen here over the last few weeks, and as you said, those less laps, not having the crate sprints here tonight, making a bit of a different racing surface.
Broden Weiler cutting his teeth out there in the 66 machine. He's figuring out how this racing works with a lot of cars on the racetrack, and it can be a daunting task, but he's holding his own.
Tyler LaFantasy races side by side with Tristan DeSilva. The point leader slips by the Let's Landscape number 01. But DeSilva still fighting back on the outside line. Next time by the stripe for Rodney Rutherford. It'll be 10 laps on the board. And I'll tell you what, Fabio Oliveri has reeled in the guy that dominated a couple of weeks back.
Well, remember a couple of weeks ago, Tyler LaFantasy made a pass for the lead on Rodney Rutherford, and then the yellow came out.
Yeah.
And Rutherford said that was the one mistake he made that whole race. He was not going to make it again. But as you say, Fabio Oliveri, he looks to be just as fast as the 24 Rutherford, and Jeremy Hughes is hanging in there as well.
Yeah, Jeremy has won here in this mini stock division. He's definitely a threat here in this 42-lap event. 11 laps go up on the scoreboard. It's Rutherford, Oliveri, Hughes, LaFantasy, and the 01 of Tristan DeSilva, the top 5. Then Nick Erskine, the good solid run again in 6. Wade Thorne, who came from the B main, did he not? Yeah, 22nd.
Got off to a big start. Worked his way through this field, and now turning in laps. The yellow flag would really benefit him. And look at Fabio Oliveri right up behind Rodney Rutherford. In fact, had to take evasive action to avoid running into the back of the race leader.
Here's a good little duel to watch. Tristan DeSilva and Nick Erskine, two of the youngsters in this division, working side by side off that fourth corner. Nick Erskine does a good job at the line, has the spot as John Lubick, who came out of the B main, now is headed to the pit area very slow up in corner 2.
Through 3 and 4, Fabio Oliveri keeping the pressure on Rodney Rutherford. He's able to run almost a full car width lower than Rutherford through 3 and 4. They'll go down into 1 and 2, and again, Rutherford there running the middle of the racetrack. Oliveri is sticking to the bottom at both ends. Watch how much lower Oliveri can run here in 3 and 4.
Here they go this time by. It'll be 15 laps on the board in the 42-lap Art Hill Memorial for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. Fabio cuts it down low, trying to gain ground on Rutherford. He's right there now.
Really getting through the center of these corners well. He hasn't made a move yet on Rutherford. Either he's not able to get there or he's content to run where he is. They're about a straightaway back from encountering lap traffic.
A little less urgency in a race like this for someone like Fabio, where in a normal 15-lap feature, you got to take it as soon as you get there to his back bumper. Right now, Fabio's got the luxury of logging some laps, seeing where he's a little bit quicker, so that when he does make the move, he makes sure it's the right move.
And you know what's impressive here, Greg? 38 cars show up for 24 starting spots. We're 17 green flag laps into this one, and we haven't encountered lap traffic.
Yeah, very impressive. That shows the diversity through this field right now, and it's Pinball Guyberson right now, that final car in the lead lap, and I mean, his car's been solid tonight.
Yeah, on a regular Friday night with a 15-lap feature, there's always lap traffic. So tonight in this special event, as we've got trouble down the backstretch, Eric York locked bumpers with Jason Tolton in the one machine. They're able to keep those cars going. But yeah, this is unheard of to be 20 laps into a race with 24 cars and no lap traffic.
And the cars you just named right there, Jason Tolton, Eric York. I mean, York's got a feature win this year. Jason Tolton's been in the thick of it. And they're some of the first cars that are about to be lapped. So this field getting spread out a little bit, but some very good cars that these leaders are going to have to face.
20 laps complete this time as they cross the stripe.
I think Fabio's pretty content right now where he's at. He hasn't really forced the issue. Jeremy Hughes is right back there behind him in the third spot, logging laps. Tyler LaFantasy's been where he's been basically. He made one pass by Tristan DeSilva, but he's been in that gap this entire race.
I have to think that lap traffic lends itself to Fabio Oliveri. As a weekly racer here, and he's used all the lanes on the racetrack, Rodney Rutherford's a hell of a race car driver, but I think Fabio Oliveri gets the edge if they get into thick lap traffic.
Halfway home, 21 on the board, 21 laps left to go. Make it 22 now with Rutherford, Oliveri, Hughes, LaFantasy, and De Silva, the top 5. But here comes Wade Thorne from the B main. He's right there in the back bumper, 5th place, De Silva.
There was nearly contact there between Rodney Rutherford and the lap car of Broden Weiler. Again, Weiler in his maiden voyage in a mini stock. Can't say enough what a great job he's doing behind the wheel.
Mike Sarantakos goes a lap down now as Rutherford works by him. Here's that battle for the 5th spot. Tristan De Silva with Wade Thorne right behind him. Good fight. They've been going at it back and forth lap after lap.
Yeah, really good battle. Nick Erskine was right in that mix. He's fallen back a little bit. Tim DeBoer in the 9 machine. He'd like to get into that mix.
Jason Tolton right now, the first driver in front of leader Rodney Rutherford. Possibly set to go a lap down in the vacuum trucks, number 1, as we have one slow up in 2. Sam Iftati rolling up the banking. Can he make it to the pits?
And we've had a couple of cars peel off. Mike Sarantakos did. Look at a former winner of this event, and Jason Tolton about to get lapped by Rodney Rutherford. And now here goes Jeremy Hughes picking up the 2nd spot from Fabio Oliveri.
Yeah, and he'll have it at the line over Oliveri in the 3rd position now. All this behind Rodney Rutherford, who has that lap car of Jason Tolton between he and Jeremy Hughes.
So far, the lap traffic has been ideal for Rodney Rutherford. It's been sorted out, mostly single file by the time he got there.
Rutherford now right behind Trevor DeBoer. 27 laps on the board. He's still got a few more lap cars in front of him, but the nice thing about the lap traffic for Rutherford, it's been fairly spread out. There hasn't been any side-by-side racing where he's had to really choose a difficult lane. He's had an open lane, whether it's high or low.
He'll get to the inside of Trevor DeBoer. He's putting a gap on Fabio Oliveri. Oliveri having a battle with Jeremy Hughes. As Mike Giberson going to pull off the racetrack in the 11.
Yeah, pinball off in corner number 2. As here comes the battle for 2nd again. Oh, they make contact and Hughes goes around. Keeps the foot in the throttle.
However he did it, he straightened that car out. But Fabio Oliveri will have to watch to see if a tire might be going down on that 16. That was significant contact between our 2nd and 3rd place drivers.
That it was, as this all happened right behind Rodney Rutherford, who's got the lap car. Trevor DeBoer between he and Fabio Oliveri. So now Fabio's back to 2nd. LaFantasy's kind of lurching right behind him now.
Rodney Rutherford to the inside of Jeff Elslinger in the 11E. Elslinger battling him door to door as they work down into 3. Up off the end of the racetrack is Schroeder in the 60.
.31 on the board.
Wade Thorne gets up out of shape going into turn number 3. Don't know what precipitated that, but that allows Tristan De Silva and Nick Erskine to get away from the 4 machine.
Tyler LaFantasy down to the inside of Fabio Oliveri. Takes over the 2nd spot as they go down into corner number 3. Fabio really got sideways off of 2. That allowed Tyler to slip by. 10 to go.
Rutherford down the back straightaway, and look at that gap he's got over Tyler LaFantasy. A few lap cars and more than half a straightaway.
Jesse McDonald right in front of the leader, as LaFantasy now gapping himself away from Fabio Oliveri. Is that right front going soft for Fabio? Maybe not, but he just seems to be losing speed here.
Well, he could have knocked the toe way out on that race car with the contact as there Jeremy Hughes goes around, and Oliveri definitely has a problem.
Yes,
Clinton,
something wrong on the right front. He's slow, and you see he nearly gets together there as De Silva goes by. I think you're going to 16, head of the pits, guys.
Yeah, it's a flat right front. It hasn't gone completely flat, but it's about to be, and I believe he's going to pull up between 1 and 2. And the first yellow flag of the race, 34 laps into the Art Hill Memorial.
Wow. What a run there. And this is exactly what Tyler LaFantasy needed. Running a Tyler LaFantasy race, really. He wins a lot, but he doesn't normally just march to the front and dominate. He closes in the final laps, pounces, and wins.
Yeah, but usually it's 15 laps.
True.
He normally doesn't have 34 laps to build up his momentum.
He definitely was biding his time there for a while, and now he's going to pull up right there with Rodney Rutherford. This gives Jeremy Hughes another shot at it as well. He was competing with Fabio Oliveri. The two touched, and I'm not sure if that had anything to do with the right front.
I would think that it did. So let's take you through the rundown of cars on the lead lap. With 34 laps complete, Rodney Rutherford is the race leader in the 24. The 96 of Tyler LaFantasy is second. 10J, Jeremy Hughes is third. Tristan De Silva in the 01 is fourth. And the 64 of Nick Erskine is fifth. Sixth is the 4 of Wade Thorne. Seventh, the 9 of Tim DeBoer. Eighth, the 27 of Nico Hansen. Ninth is Dusty DeBoer in the 23. 10th is the 13 of Vincent Pagnotta. 11th is Craig Vlasic in the 44. 12th is the 21H of Ryan Hiller. 13th, the 51 of Eric York. 14th, the 31 of Jesse McDonald. Clint.
Yeah, I got Jason Tolton here. Adam, this vacuum truck's one, flat left rear. Other problems though too, Jay, what's the story?
Well, I haven't been able to beat that 96, so I swung for the fence and car's overheating, so I must have made the wrong adjustment. So I was just in the way out there, so I figured I better pull it in, and flat left rear, I wasn't going anywhere anyway. So tough night, but it's the way she goes.
Former winner in the infield, guys, early, not the way he wanted his Art Hill to complete.
No, but he's absolutely right. You got to take a swing. If your car's not fast enough, you got to make the adjustment. 8 laps to go.
Rutherford jumps ahead just a little bit, going down into corner number 1 with a Fantasy rolling the outside line. He'll have to step up just a little bit. They're door to door off of corner 2 and down the backstretch.
Side by side into turn number 3. Rutherford drives it deep into the corner. LaFantasy back the corner up just a little bit. He'll try to power off the turn, but here comes Tristan De Silva.
Yeah, he's really finding some power on that outside line and had a head of steam off of 4. Jeremy Hughes there with him as well. LaFantasy looks down low now on Rutherford.
Rutherford running the same line he's run most of this race. Has been good enough to keep him at the front, but look at this 4-car battle for the lead. LaFantasy to the inside.
36 laps on the board. Rutherford, LaFantasy, De Silva, Hughes, and Nick Erskine back inside the top 5. How about Nico Hansen in 6th? Wow. And Wade Thorne, who'd run from the B main up towards the front, stops on the high side at 2, and that will put us under the caution flag for the second time.
Wow. Who saw that coming? I mean, we knew Tyler LaFantasy could probably contend for a win here. He's been so good, but did you anticipate Tristan De Silva and Jeremy Hughes being able to keep pace like they did?
I thought maybe Jeremy Hughes, but Tristan De Silva, it's like he put it into another gear there, and he was really coming on the outside line and up there running 3rd, so good run for the youngster. Clint?
I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but the De Silva car looks like it's got a left front that's going soft here, guys, under yellow. It is half the pressure he started the race on. The question is, can he make it 6 more?
Didn't he have a left front go down last week, like last time we raced?
But man, he was flying out there on the top.
Yeah, maybe that's what it needs.
And I thought Rutherford was going to protect the bottom, but into 2 that time he just sailed it to the middle and trying to run away and hide on LaFantasy.
A couple of very good race car drivers. Rodney Rutherford is a big money racer in small money divisions. So he's won Enduros at Flamborough Speedway. He's won many thousands of dollars in those cars. It just seems every time that there's cash on the line,
the Pot of Gold 300 is screaming his name.
It really is. And De Silva's left front is now not just partly flat. It is entirely flat, and with still 15 cars on the lead lap,
I think you're right. He ran part of the last time we saw him race with the left front, and then it was finally, once it came off, he had to pull it into the pit area. It came off the rim.
Guys, let's remember, the left front is the only tire you're allowed to run flat here in this division. So Doug will let you keep a flat left front. If any of the other tires are down, you will get a black flag.
That seems so discriminatory.
Picking on the left front like that.
Exactly.
Really solid runs for Nico Hansen there. He missed part of this season with the injury to start the year off. And Ryan Hiller having a good solid run. I know he's been frustrated not getting the finishes he wants, but he's right up there in the thick of it with Vincent Pagnotta as well. Some good runs going on here in this Art Hill Memorial. It's almost over, but yet it's not.
No, exactly. Good launch there for Rodney Rutherford, but here comes LaFantasy off of turn number 2 with a big run. They'll drag race down the back straightaway as LaFantasy noses out in front.
Yeah, that was a huge run by the 96, and here comes Jeremy Hughes on the outside of them off of corner number 4. LaFantasy coming across the line. He'll lead the lap with 5 to go.
LaFantasy with that traditional fast line higher on the racetrack, but a correction, Jeremy Hughes is in that traditional fast line way up on the high side.
Here he is working to the outside, Rodney Rutherford. 3 cars battling out here for the Art Hill Memorial. It'll be 4 laps left to go. They're 3 wide coming to the line.
Contact on the front straightaway. I don't think Tyler LaFantasy even thought there was somebody to his outside, but Jeremy Hughes is making the top side work.
Wow, he has taken it now to these 2 drivers that have had some big wins here in 2022. Jeremy Hughes, we know he can get it done. He's running that outside line to perfection. At the stripe this time, it's still LaFantasy.
He's got to do better in turn number 4. He will lose that drag race to the line if he can't get the car down out of turn number 4 like he does out of turn 2.
Here they go into 3 and 4. It'll be 2 laps left to go. This time by Hughes on the outside. He's got a good run. I think he's going to get the lap. He does with 2 to go.
Hughes with the lead as Tristan Da Silva comes to rest on the outside of turn number 2. It looks like he's trying to limp that car to the pits, though.
Still rolling. Hughes is the leader. White flag this time around. Tyler LaFantasy on the bottom. Hughes up top. Rutherford right in tow.
Down the front straightaway, yellow flag is out for Tristan Da Silva.
Wow.
Well.
42 laps, and you end up with a race like we're seeing here.
And look at Fabio Oliveri in the 16. Just out of the top 5 after bringing out a yellow.
Still on the lead lap.
What a race. I don't remember ever seeing a more competitive Art Hill Memorial.
No, in some of those years we rattled off earlier on, there was a lot of attrition of cars just not being able to last the entire distance. But to be at lap 40 and seeing what we're seeing up here in the top 5, very impressive. Nico Hansen now up inside the top 5. Nick Erskine has gotten up to 4th.
And how about a shout out to a driver like Jeff Elslinger in the 11E who had a terrible start and who has had a challenging season. I mean, he's had his issues. He's struggled to make it to the end of these races. And here he is having a solid top 10 run. Single file going to be the restart for this green-white checker finish.
Boy, oh boy. These front 3 cars are pretty evenly matched. It's whichever one can hit their marks in the line that's got them where they are. And Jeremy Hughes, it's been that outside line. He has worked that to perfection, and that was the line that Tristan Da Silva was working really well until the left front went down. So we'll see. Here we go. Back to the green flag with 2 to go.
Jeremy Hughes heads up the racetrack. LaFantasy followed him. Rodney Rutherford turns to the inside. He says, I'll take that opening.
Hughes on the high side, LaFantasy in the middle. They go down the back stretch, and Hughes tries to stretch that advantage as Rutherford down the inside of the 96. They're 3 wide coming off of 4. Oh, Rutherford into LaFantasy.
Big contact between second and third. That allows Jeremy Hughes to fly out front. And I think Rutherford has a problem in that 24, and Nico Hansen sees his night go sour.
Wow, something definitely wrong in the 24. Coming to the checker flag. Jeremy Hughes is going to do it. He'll get back to HRW Automotive Mini Stock victory lane.
LaFantasy second, Fabio Oliveri third. I want to see that replay because you know what it reminds me of? On our Tuesday night show, Clinton Jeffrey and I talked about a very suspicious restart where one car absolutely destroyed another one. And it looked absolutely blatant. Clinton said that's got to be absolutely blatant. That's what it looked like with Rutherford and LaFantasy, but I don't think it was. I have to believe something broke on the right front of Rodney Rutherford, but boy, oh boy, it turned hard right. Thankfully, Jeremy Hughes had already made the pass. You know, you'd hate to see someone get taken out of the lead like that, but Jeremy Hughes had made that pass and set the tone as the dominant driver at the finish of this race, and what a show.
One of the most entertaining Art Hill Memorials of all time, I'd have to say. As Jeremy Hughes, very excited. You could see him as he was going down the backstretch. Here's the replay. Rutherford. Yeah, that's weird.
Well, guys, he's out of the car down here. How about a hand for Jeremy Hughes? Gets it done tonight. Jeremy, great drive. I mean, you know, you're a top 10 car every week, top 5, but man, to come out here and beat these two guys, that's good. The extra laps paid off tonight.
Yeah, the extra laps did pay off. I kind of messed myself going in. I got underneath the 16, got down, I spun myself out almost. But then we found the top side. It was really, really good, except coming out of 4, it would just push straight for the wall. I didn't know if it would bite or if I was going to end up in the wall, but it was really, really good.
Awesome job. Yeah, Adam was talking that you weren't going to win that drag race down, but you figured it out at the end.
Yeah. We're going on the bottom, and we weren't getting any momentum, and we're coming on lap cars. I'm like, I got to do something. We got to try something. So I went to the top side, and I was like, uh-oh, yeah, we're good.
It's not too often you can be backwards in 3 and come back and win it, Jeremy. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Jeremy Hughes gets it done, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get over here and talk to the point leader. Tyler, a couple weeks to go, and you'll be the champ here. You got a big lead, just biding your time. Car still getting beat up pretty good, but second, still a good show.
Yeah, Jeremy actually snuck up in me there, the outside. I was looking at Rodney down, and all of a sudden he was right past me on the wall. But he did an awesome job. He did a good race, so good for him.
Right on. Tyler Fantasy, the point leader over here. In second, we'll get over here and talk to Fabio. Fabio, solid run, man. You looked like you were chasing them down in the first 10, but at the end they got away from you. Did the car go away? It looked like it was slowing down a little bit.
Well, the motor started getting a little hot. We put it back into lower gear and let the motor sing a little higher and cooled it down, and then all of a sudden we found out that we had a right front flat tire. Thankfully, the guys in the pits got it on a caution, and we got back up to third, and I can't thank everyone else who else helped me in the back. I couldn't even think who did it. It was a lot of late model guys, my crew. We all worked as a team, and I can't thank them enough.
Pretty wild when you go in the pits with 10 to go and come out and finish third.
Yeah, it was a hard drive, especially with the track the way it is. It was tough, but we did it. And can't thank everybody enough, especially Kubota, Firehouse Training, driving with Haley. If you ever need a vehicle, contact her. She's one of the bigger sponsors on the car. Oliveri Construction, Gaylor Equipment, and Dylan at Hardy Graphics.
Right on. Fabio will come third here tonight. Tyler Fantasy will be second, and your winner tonight, the Art Hill Memorial, Jeremy Hughes. Guys, we'll be right back live from Ohsweken Speedway. The Thunderstocks are coming up.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedway. Get geared up.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway, getting ready for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock feature event. 20 laps will be the distance, and this is how they'll line up for this. Casey Huffman on the pole. He's from Brantford in the 13. To his outside from Thorold, Ontario, the 11 is Go Fast Teeple. Starting in third out of Caledonia, the 55, Mikey Bobby, Mike Thorne. And to his outside going fourth from Jerseyville in the 53, it's Logan Schwedick. Tim Phelan goes from fifth. He's from Binbrook in the 427. Ken Sargent from Hamilton, the 25, goes sixth. Starting in seventh from Burlington, the 97, Ron Logie. And Adam Plazik goes eighth. He's from Caister Center in the 41. Going from ninth, Mike Klazinga. He's from Hagersville in the 93K. Alongside in the 17 from Ohsweken, it's Frank Turkey. 11th starting spot is where we find Evan Bacher from Hagersville in the 3. And going in 12th from Guelph, the 79, Christopher Hale. Starting 13th out of Caister Center, the 28D of Donnie Lampman. 14th, Trevor DeBoer. He's from Hagersville in the 23. Back in row number 8 on the inside, Jim Lampman from Caister Center in the 28. These two have been tied together all night, starting 16th and literally at one point. Mark Fawcett from Canfield in the 32 goes 16th. 17th is Rob Hoskins. He's from Harley in the 37. 18th starting spot, our point leader from Hagersville, the 49 of Dave Bailey. Starting 19th out of Victoria, the 84 RK, that's Ryan Beagle. Rolling off 20th out of Charing Cross, the 36, Alan Riom. Kyle Wirtz starts in 21st. He's from Ancaster in the 19. Melissa Miller from 22nd. 23rd, Calvin Fox. 24th, Ryan Berry. 25th will be Brian General. 26th, Kyle Andrus. 27th, Nate Kloss. And 28th, Kai Bomberry. How about we do a quick wick fired up for our Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. 20 laps the distance. Off they go off of corner number 4. Go Fast Teeple on the outside. Mike Thorne driving the bottom. It's Logan Schwedick there in that second spot. That black and green number 53. They are at it right now in the top 5 and 6.
Putting a lap on Kai Bomberry, and Blake Bomberry messaged me to say indeed it is Kai, pronounced like pie, because that was the
easiest way to get you to understand.
The comparison that I used. And then he pointed out that Kai is a boy, and I thought, boy, I hope I didn't call Kai a female racer earlier on. But anyhow, at the front of the field, Dave Bailey works to the inside. Whoa, Tim Phelan on the 427 nearly looped it in front of the field. He hangs on to that third spot. Right behind him is Go Fast Teeple and Mike Thorne duking it out as we get a fantastic view from the drone of the action in the top 3.
Logan Schwedick is the leader. Second place right now is Dave Bailey. It's lap 4. He started 18th.
Well, there's no point in waiting.
Ryan Beagle, meanwhile, is closest competitor, we'll say, all year long. He's still pretty deep in the field as Bailey challenging for the lead door-to-door down the backstretch, and Mark Fawcett pulls to the infield early.
Yeah, Fawcett with a problem. He brings it down to the inside of the turn 1 and 2 wall, so obviously he's not going to take it to the pits. He must think whatever the issue is going to sideline him for the night.
So Dave Bailey did not lead that lap, but here he is stretching out in front. Going into corner number 3, Schwedek riding in the second spot. Phelan goes up high in 3. He'll gather it back up, and right now running behind Schwedek and Bailey is Logie. And Logie's been close to a win this year.
Yeah, Ron Logie's had some good runs in that 97 machine. The driver from Burlington has parked himself on the concrete. Whoa! Phelan finally lost it down in 3 and 4. DeBoer takes evasive action, contact with Chris Hale in the 79. And what did we say? Chris Hale has to work for every spot he gets out there.
He's on a mission right now, I think.
Boy, that was a Mighty Wipes moment right there for Phelan. And you can tell it's tight when I hear Doug on the radio puckering up as he's telling these drivers where they are. It gets pretty dicey out there.
And Phelan had been flirting with spinning out for a few laps there in that same spot between 3 and 4. Let's have a look at the replay. And we see the tail end where Trevor DeBoer had turned hard right and collected Chris Hale.
Now, I just caught the end of that, and I saw Chris Hale speeding around. I thought maybe he was upset, but obviously that was not Trevor DeBoer. It was just Trevor DeBoer with nowhere to go, and the car shot up to the right.
Yeah, I think Hale's just going back to pick up the spot.
Yeah,
where he was. I'm sure he's not thrilled with what transpired,
no.
but you can't blame someone for dodging a spun vehicle. Although maybe he's going to try. Okay, no, they're just putting them in the right order.
There's a lot of talk about Weber Valley Speedway on here in the Bang Bangers.
I did.
I thought.
Did you ever come out and admit that Weber Valley is entirely your creation?
You really had Clint believing that, I think, for a moment. And then they came out with that graphic with the car that said Daddy's money. I'm like, are you kidding me? What are the chances? Oh, good old Weber Valley. I mean, you were building a solid case, and I wasn't saying boo.
That was fabulous. This racetrack needs a Gage Martinez.
Oh, someone has a lot of time on their hands.
And a lot of creativity.
Yes.
Even their butchering of the English language on the Weber Valley post is like spot on. Dave Bailey going to restart with the lead. He'll take the outside of the front row, putting Logan Schwedek on the inside. Row 2 is Ron Logie. That blue and silver 97. I can't even see the number on Logie's car. I don't even think about it when I'm calling it. 79 is Chris Hale. Trevor DeBoer rounds out the top 5. He's already put 50 laps of feature racing under his belt tonight.
3 wide as they cross the line for that second spot. 7 on the board. Bailey leads. Oh, look at Chris Hale's got a good run on the outside looking for the second spot. Logie's got it now.
Hale sent it deep down into 1 and 2, and it paid off. He gets back to the throttle, pointed downhill. Chris Hale going to try to take second from Logie.
Some slower traffic coming up here in the sights of the leader. Side by side for the second spot. Here's Ryan Beagle. He's into the mix in 4th. He'll look down low on Logie.
Dave Bailey leading the way. Can't see what's going on behind him, but it's hairy back there as Logie looks to the inside. Bailey might have caught a glimpse out the corner of his eye of that 97 machine. He definitely can't see the 79 right behind him, but what a battle we have for the lead. So we're about to get to the halfway point, 10 laps in, and we've got trouble in turn 2.
It's like Ken Sargent, I believe.
And Kai Bomberry is rolled to a stop just at the back end, and I believe Bombury, should be able to take right off there.
There we go. Ken Sargent rolls it down off the blocks. That's one of the things that got changed during NASCAR week. They were painting during that week, and they're all white now down in the infield.
Well, we had this gorgeous production going on here, and the walls look terrible in all our shots, so we had to get them fixed. Everything else is so nice around here, and it really has changed the imagery of how it looks on the camera.
I wish there was grass on the infield, Clint.
I think we'll get back to that eventually. You know, we've had so much drainage problems. There's talk about possibly updating the lights here a bit more, making them even brighter, which if you can believe that. So we really have to work on the drainage. And same thing with the rest of the pits. The idea is to get it all concrete back there, but a lot of infrastructure has to go in. You need drainage, you need proper situations, or else you're just going to have giant puddles everywhere. So they've put a lot of work into infrastructure. I don't know if you noticed this week, but we widened $1 Million Row by another 30 feet, 15 feet of concrete on either side to open that row up a bit. And Glenn's just not slowing down, and tons of improvements here week after week.
If I'm not mistaken, they were working on that the day after the Pinty's race, were they not?
So I'm getting up a little bit foggy after a couple days of stressful hanging out with my good buddies, right? We stayed up late. I come into the pits, and it's a construction site. I'm like, what is going on here? They had the whole thing dug up already. Yeah, I mean, it was 9 o'clock the next morning, but Glenn knew we had a 10-day deal to get that concrete in, so they started right away. Great job by Adam, County Line, Bremen, everybody involved.
The work continues all the time here, and I mean, this is Glenn's showpiece. He does what he wants because he wants it to be impressive and look great.
And he has you and I up here.
Neither impressive or great looking. But hey, the Dutch oven, where we make the magic.
Did you like that recipe book I found at Bass Pro? Dutch oven cooking.
Dave Bailey in the 49, restarting once again on the high side of Ron Logie in the 97. The cream has risen to the top. That is a stout top 10.
Here we go, back at it. Ron Logie been very impressive here in this one. He's hanging with Dave Bailey. Can he finally close the deal here at the Big O and get his first Ohsweken Speedway win? Here comes Ryan Beagle with a run, and how about Trevor DeBoer too?
Logie with a good run up off of turn number 2, but Beagle drove it deep into 3. It almost looked like they might make contact, but they didn't.
Oh, Donnie Lampman, he got shoved around there off of corner 4 as they came 4 wide off the 4th corner, all leaning on one another. They're still beating and banging down in 2.
Hoskins and Plazik making some contact there in turn number 2, but everyone able to carry on. Out in front, though, it's Logie with the lead. Trevor DeBoer in the 23 up there battling for second. He just needed a good swift kick in the passenger side door.
At 42 laps in a mini stock to get the juices flowing, I guess, because he's right there in the thick of this one. As he trails Dave Bailey, they'll slip to the inside of Ron Logie off of corner number 4. Put Bailey back to the top spot. Logie second, then it's DeBoer, Beagle, and Chris Hale.
Logie was running that lower line the whole race. Dave Bailey was running up high. Logie passed Bailey on the inside, and then Bailey started playing Logie's game and beat him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Two can play that game. Dave Bailey, Trevor DeBoer. Here comes Ryan Beagle now down to the inside of Ron Logie. With 13 on the board, 7 to go. They'll work by the lap traffic one more time. Trevor DeBoer starting to lose touch with Dave Bailey a little bit.
Down through 3 and 4. Beagle up to the outside, Ron Logie to the inside. They'll race side by side out in front. Dave Bailey has a 6-car length advantage over DeBoer.
Ryan Beagle works down the hill off of corner number 2, shoots away from Ron Logie, trying to close the gap on the top 2. Beagle, 2 wins this season in that 84 RK machine, closest in the points right now to Dave Bailey.
But I'll tell you, Trevor DeBoer is the fastest car on the racetrack. No, he's not. Ryan Beagle is the fastest car on the racetrack. They are both faster than Dave Bailey at the moment, but laps are winding down. It'll be 4 laps remaining.
And not a lot of lap traffic in front of Dave Bailey. Kyle Andrus is the next one in line, but he's almost a full straightaway away as we've got one slow up high in corner number 2. Is that Phelan? Or is it? I can't see the number from here.
Who is that?
Oh, it's the 93 possibly of Calvin Fox. Yep. Calvin Fox comes to a stop at the entry of the pit area, setting up another 4-lap race here for the win.
So Ryan Beagle was the fastest car on the racetrack those last couple of laps. Trevor DeBoer was a little bit quicker than Dave Bailey. But as we saw, Ron Logie came up and passed Bailey. Bailey decided to use Logie's line against him.
Congratulations, Paul Shelton, winner of our 50-50 tonight. $1,510. Paul Shelton, tonight's winner. Sorry, Adam. And now you've got a mouthful of water, so.
Yep, I need a drink anyhow, so you're good.
Oh, we have another phone. Boy, we got a whole collection going on up here. If you've lost your cell phone, come to the tower.
If you've lost your cell phone, give us a call.
Yeah. Actually, it'll be busy right now. We've dialed out of country. All right, single file. With 4 laps left to go, Dave Bailey, Trevor DeBoer, Ryan Beagle squeezes it right down low on Trevor DeBoer, trying to get a good launch.
Beagle, who was making speed on the outside, goes to the inside, battling side by side with DeBoer. DeBoer closing the gap on Dave Bailey down into 3 and 4, and now Beagle goes back to that outside line.
And guess who's in the top 5? Kyle Wirt started 21st out of the B main. Good rally job by a guy who's got to win. And yeah, we got slow cars around down in corners 1 and 2. Just saying, good come from behind run. Yes, your phone is ringing.
Hey, Billy, can you call my phone and see if it rings over the microphone? Maybe it really is mine.
Dave's not here, man.
Hey, you're not supposed to know that record.
Yeah, if you're not 50, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Jack's looking at me like, Dave? Who's Dave? Dave's not here, Jack. Oh, nothing makes me laugh more than watching Jack pee his pants whenever Greg says Omaha. Jack doubles over.
Yeah, we get there sometimes.
Sometimes.
It's almost 10:30.
The poor late models.
Just sitting underneath the tower. He didn't lose his cell phone. We stole it. Someone else lost his cell phone. Green flag is back in the air. Dave Bailey leads him down the front stretch. DeBoer right on his bumper. Logie got a great start and pulls alongside Ryan Beagle as DeBoer gets into the back of Bailey looking for racing room.
Here comes DeBoer down to the inside in corner number 3. Beagle on the outside. We got another slow one. And it's Adam Plazik will come to a stop and back into the caution.
We haven't seen anything like this for a while. Those poor late model drivers, they were lined up and ready to go when we had our long Thunderstock heat earlier on. And now they've been lined up waiting to go back there, and this has been a pretty long Thunderstock feature.
Devin Bacher's going to head to the pit area as well.
I don't know if you guys caught that start on that last one, but it was an accordion all jumbled up. You got front end damage on the Kyle Wirt car, front end damage on the Hale car. The 53 Ohsweken got through. Mikey Bobby got to the bottom and avoided it, but it almost was a 4-car pileup from 4th on back here, guys, on that last restart.
Yeah, and Dan Arnott's made a really neat comment on the stream saying that the marshals here are a bit slow because the leaders are barely missing the crashed cars. And the reason they do that, Dan, is because they use one-way radios. So our race director is in direct contact with each driver. So they can give these cars an opportunity to get going. So sometimes we're able to stay under green. So that is why the delay. Normally, yeah, you would go yellow as quickly as you could to slow things down. But because we have such great communication with the drivers, they can delay it a little bit more, try to keep the show rolling, which is not happening tonight. But hopefully that explains.
So it looks like problems for Donnie Lampman now in the infield. He's going to need a hook.
Yeah, we got an issue here. The Adam Plaza car, he's already got the helmet off. The upper control arm has broken here on the Plaza car. And so his right front has collapsed down, and that's the problem for him. Donnie Lampman in victory lane over there with issues. He's got issues with steering on his car as well, so he will need a hook. They're going to send another truck over there. Both cars needing hooks here, guys, in the early going. Or late going, I should say.
I like that we also have someone in the chat named, scroll down there, Brent. Oh, right there. Dude McGuybro. Interesting.
I thought you were going to say his name is Brent. Scroll down there.
I know, that's exactly what I thought. That's interesting.
Brent is our PR person extraordinaire. I'm not going to say he's the new Tommy Gooch because Tommy cannot be replaced, but he's done some great stories for us and some social media. Is that really Mac Demand cheering on Ryan Beagle in the chat? Mac,
it is.
Go get ready to race. It is, a lot of the teams do use, and Clinton, you would know more about this than I do, but a lot of the teams do use the stream because it allows them to know what's going on with their race car if they do have to come into the pits.
Well, actually, Adam, you will see a lot of the drivers as they're sitting there on the staging lane, their crew will sit there and let them watch the phone. So even as they're under these long delays, like you said, some of them are guaranteed back there with the phone on, watching the event, counting the laps, checking track conditions, and trying to learn everything they can.
Dude, McGuybro.
McGruber. So DJ Christie just messaged me. He uses the stream right up until he gets pushed off. We're going to go green out of turn number 4. Dave Bailey with the lead. We've got 3 laps to go. Trevor DeBoer has been able to stay right with the leader on these restarts, and he gets another good one.
3 laps to settle it. Look at Beagle wound up on the outside line. He'll try and come down the backstretch and get by Ron Logie for 3rd and charge in on Trevor DeBoer and Dave Bailey. He's out there high, wide, and handsome.
Every one of these restarts, Trevor DeBoer has actually had to deal with someone challenging him for position while he's trying to mount a challenge on the race leader. Beagle working that high side, and Trevor DeBoer right in the tire tracks of Dave Bailey.
They're going to have a slower car in front of them here as they come down. It's 2 laps left to go. Bailey, DeBoer, make it 1 lap to go. Sorry, as Brian General might not play a factor in this one.
Hard to say as General working up through turn number 2 with an ill-handling race car. Trevor DeBoer gets a little sideways in turn number 2. Can he take a big swing down into 3 and 4?
Here they go. Bailey rolls it through the center of the corner. DeBoer's going to stay there in second. Bailey picks up another win. DeBoer second. Beagle third at the line over Logie. Then Kyle Wirt rallies from the B main to 5th. And then you've got Christopher Hale 6th. Logan Schwedek 7th. Mike Klazinga 8th, Mike Thorne 9th, and Jim Lampman in 10th. Some good runs there for some drivers that needed good finishes. Logan Schwedek 7th, Mike Klazinga 8th, Mike Thorne 9th, and how about Casey Huffman in 11th as well? So some drivers that have had some misfortune getting some solid results here tonight. But it's once again Dave Bailey going to quick victory lane over Trevor DeBoer and Ryan Beagle.
Another fun race to watch. I mean, it's hard to imagine if you look at the stat sheet and think that these races are fun with the amount of winning that Dave Bailey does. But he is the benchmark. He is the bar that you have to set success with Thunderstock Racing. So to watch Trevor DeBoer have a shot and Ron Logie have a shot and Ryan Beagle have a shot, it was fun racing to watch as Clinton Jeffrey goes down to greet Dave Bailey.
Well, he's got his helmet off, Adam. He'll work on getting the belts up. The window net will get dropped here, and we'll get Bailey out as he gets his Hans device off. Coming down for another feature win in his storied Ohsweken career. How about it for Brewster Baker, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Bailey. Well, Dave, how are you not getting booed yet? That's the question of the day. Normally you win this much, the boo birds come out, but they still like you out here.
No, I still got my fair share of people that don't like me. It's awesome being able to race out here with Beagle and Trevor. Good to see Trev up on the front. Ron Logan's probably going to be mad at himself, but he showed me the way again. I kind of made a bonehead move and took the top, and he showed me where the place to run was, and we took advantage of it, and I guess I got to thank him for giving me a hand there, but just an awesome night.
We haven't had the chance to talk to you since your NASCAR experience. How was that, Dave?
Oh, it's fun. What a different racetrack to today. It's kind of blowing off a little bit now, but so much faster today than the racetrack was. Obviously, that's what they wanted with the racetrack. What an experience, just trying to drive with all that horsepower and no tire. I don't know, it was fun.
Right on, Dave. Your winner tonight, Dave Bailey, gets the dome. Get over here and talk to Trevor DeBoer. And Jack, get a good shot of this door here. Trevor DeDoor, we're going to call you tonight instead of DeBoer. Trevor, that's a nice kick in your right side. What's going on with you? Congrats. Good run back on the pad here tonight, and good to see some speed back out of this car.
Yeah, that was. I was really happy with the way it was going. I thought it was going to be all over when we had the incident at the beginning, and but running that mini stock before this, that's a lot of racing tonight.
You look tired, Trev.
I'm whooped.
Trevor, getting a little bit whooped over here. We'll get over here and talk to Ryan Beagle. Well, Big Dog, you're still knocking it down, man. Concrete consistency pays off, and you've had a good season, man. Congrats on another solid run.
Yeah, thanks. It's hard to got to stay consistent with a guy like Dave. He doesn't mess up. So I don't know. We don't really have a shot at the championship. He keeps running like this, but we're in the ballpark.
Right on. Ryan Beagle third tonight, Trevor DeBoer second, and your winner, Dave Bailey. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV for the Late Model Open, coming up on Instapanels night at the Big O.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
I've always had this spirit that I wanted to invent something new, and so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it, and the only way that you would really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing it. That's my forte.
Two features left to go here at the Big O for Friday Night Excitement, brought to you by Instapanels, the late model feature event, 25 laps the distance. Adam has the starting lineup.
On the pole out of Chatham in the 22, it's Brian Spielman. Alongside him from Chatham, the RH21 is Greg Haskell. Starting third in the 94Z from Fort Erie, it's Stan Zankin. Starting fourth from Chatham, the 1A is Jake Hooker. Starting 5th from Merlin, the 47B is Joe Brasseau. Starting 6th in the 555 from Blenheim, it's Andrew Rayome. Starting 7th from Ridgeway, the 15 is Tim Gillespie. Starting 8th from Blenheim, the 39 is Jim Dale Jr. Starting 9th from Trenton, the 57 is Charlie Sandercock. Starting 10th from Wallaceburg, the 05 is Mike Lewis. Starting 11th from Chatham, the 4 is CJ Field. Starting 12th from Picton, the 87 is Andrew Hennessy. Starting 13th from Ridgetown, the 60 is Nick Glassford. Starting 14th from Chatham, the 36 is John Pinsnow. Starting 15th in the 11, it's Brad Bloomfield. Starting 16th from Chatham, the RH94 is Jason Haskell. And 17th from Grand Point, the 66 is Tyler Lozon. Starting 18th from not applicable Ontario, the 06 is Jordan Van Hall. Starting 19th in the 82, it's Ken Winfield. Starting 20th from Charing Cross, the 43 is Cody Vandewinkle. Starting 21st from Essex, the 38D is Doris Lajeunesse. Starting 22nd from Sanderson, the 557 is Elliot Wilton. Starting 23rd from Blenheim, the 49 is Brett Hope. And starting 24th from Chatham, the 7 is Brent Colby. And we have to give a big thank you to some companies that came together to make tonight's race possible for these late models. Holland Haskells, Jeff Newham Roofing, Westside Performance, Justin Coulter Trucking. Huge thank you to these companies. Holland Haskells, Jeff Newman Roofing, Westside Performance, Justin Coulter Trucking for helping to bring these late models here to the Big O.
Double greens ready to come out for the late model feature event. 25 laps, we're on it. As Spielman and Greg Haskell head down into corner number 1 side by side. Here comes Haskell, ripping around the outside. They'll continue door to door down the backstretch.
This racetrack a lot different than what these drivers qualified on earlier tonight. But with 24 cars making the show, a few cars loading up and heading home before the feature, Greg, we're kind of left with the more competitive cars here tonight. Oh, Stan Zankin, I think, is blown up in that 94, and there might be some oil on the racetrack. I am not sure.
Yeah, Stan Zankin smoking there up in 1 and 2 and coasting to the pit area. You've got one around there, Ken Winfield, who was dominant in the B main. That Bill's Toyota Ford Erie number 82. Jordan Van Hall from Chatham, Ontario. Don't you love when you commit to something and it's like, well, I got to finish it now?
Yep.
Been there many a time.
Yep. I read what's on the sheet. NA stands for no, Adam.
North America. You wouldn't have been wrong. You should have went with that.
Who are 3 people who have never been in my kitchen?
Okay, Cliff.
Be that as it may, Alex, those 3 people have never been in my kitchen. And for more useless quotes that most people don't know, that was a great episode, though.
Oh, fantastic.
Cliff Clavin on Jeopardy.
You wagered it all?
Oh, boy. So, for those of you just joining us, or for those of you who weren't listening earlier and who should have been, we've got crate-powered late models and we have open-engine late models. The open-engine late models, like what they run down in southwestern Ontario, Southern Ontario Motor Speedway. And then crate-powered late models is more what we run at Humberstone, at Brighton Speedway. Looked like they were thinking of picking Kenny Winfield's car up, and then he drove away.
Yeah, I thought a quick push off there. Took a moment to figure out how to get it back in gear, I guess, and then they got him rolling here.
Clint, did you ever get a chance to go and see Rodney Rutherford?
I cruised back through the pits, but I couldn't find him, and then we had to get back out here, so we'll see if we can get in there after.
That's just curiosity. I mean, I'll go and see him later on, or maybe he'll shoot me a message.
Yes, there you go. Rodney, check out YouTube.
Yep.
How amazing is it, though, that we can communicate with our drivers in that form? You know, as they're sitting in their car, back in the pits, watching, playing along. It's awesome.
And, you know, it really speaks to the racers we have here that they're willing to communicate with us and play along. They understand what a huge role they play, and Greg and I are not very intelligent, so the more they can tell us, the better.
Hey, I'll take all the help I can get. Green flag back out. Spielman and Haskell with Jake Hooker chomping at the bit back there in the third spot in the 1A.
Hooker on the inside in the 1A, but Haskell with a good run on the high side, trying to challenge Spielman down into turn 3. Spielman drives it in on the bottom. Haskell trying to roll the top.
Boy, they're bunching up mid-pack right now. They get things sorted out as Brad Bloomfield gets by and away from Jason Haskell. Those two had made a little bit of contact down to the corner.
Battle for the lead in turn number 3. The top running crate engines look to me to be Charlie Sandercock and Tim Gillespie deep in the top 10 here in the early stages of this 30-lap race.
I think Andrew Hennessy also has a crate, if I'm not mistaken, in the 87, right behind Charlie. So.
Yep.
But they're all right there, all three cars right grouped together with Gillespie right behind them as well.
Fantastic battle for the lead. Spielman down low, Haskell working the high side, inching closer and closer. They're side by side through 2.
Greg Haskell rolling that outside, the RH21, such a good, smooth driver. Spielman, we've seen him, if I'm not mistaken, he spent the majority of time in a UMP modified, and always good in that division, but here he is in the late models, going at it with Greg Haskell.
The pack racing deep in this field is insane. Out in front, Haskell's up on the outside, Spielman down on the bottom. But the end of the pack, which they're going to approach here in about 5 laps if we don't get a yellow, they're racing 2 wide, 3 wide, and these are ugly handling race cars as Pinsino goes around.
Caution out as we've got one around. Pinsino. Some of the fans that tune in might recognize that name, usually in the Zero machine, but if I'm not mistaken, he sold his equipment and now driving for someone else.
Hoekstra. I think he races for Hoekstra.
Right. I knew I knew that. Couldn't remember. But yeah, John Pinsino was in the Zero machine for a number of years.
So that last lap, Greg Haskell was at, well, that's not going to be any good. Well, when they get going again in some open racetrack, I want to look at some lap times between the crates and the opens. And not that it matters, they're all getting paid as one. Right, it's just one class of late models, but for a storyline, we separate the crates and the opens.
We go back to the Northeast Late Model Alliance race here a few weeks ago, back at the end of July, and right now the guys running 8th and 9th were the two guys that duked it out for the win in that one. They're the top crates right now. They were the top that night, and Charlie won up to Andrew that night right at the end and got the win. And then if I'm not mistaken, Andrew turned around and won the next night back home in Brighton.
And Brighton Speedway, there's nights where they'll have 12 late models and 12 of them battle for wins.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great show down there.
If you've never been to Brighton Speedway, join us next weekend. We'll be down there with GeForce TV Saturday and Sunday night for the Labor Day Classic weekend. Knights of Thunder Action Sprint Tour battling it out down there on the shores of Lake Ontario. And you will not be disappointed if you've never been to Brighton Speedway. What an atmosphere. And you're right, Adam. That's a track where I used to go for years and years and years. You go with the sprint cars, and sometimes they might come with 12, 13, 14, but it's still a fantastic race because although it's a third of a mile, it races well even with a smaller car count.
I think a third of a mile is a stretch. That's if you measure to the lake at one end.
That's including the creek.
Yeah, I demand a recount.
Back into the green, Greg Haskell. And Jim Dale Jr. now 1 and 2.
Dale on the inside of Spielman. He'll take the advantage of that spot down the backstretch. And Andrew Hennessy in the 87 working the bottom of the racetrack up into the top 5, racing his way into 3rd.
Oh, some close racing there. Andrew Riom, Joe Brosseau, Charlie Sandercock, Mike Lewis all in the middle of that there. That's the battle for the 5th spot. As Sandercock gets his way up there, his teammate has done a nice job to work his way into 3rd. Now charging on Jim Dale Jr.
Jim Dale Jr. looking racy since that restart in the 39. He works the middle of the track. Haskell up on the high side. Andrew Hennessy down low.
He has got this figured out at the bottom. The caution flag comes back out. Jason Haskell around to the 94. Up in corner number 2, and that puts us back under the caution flag with 8 laps up on the scoreboard. And the Hall and Haskell's 94 will pull away.
Thankfully, the accidents we've had tonight with the late models have just been innocent spins. It's great when they're able to pull away.
Still one feature to come. The Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack merchandising sprint cars will run their 20-lap main event.
What have you got going on this weekend, Greg?
Family plans. This week was kind of family week, so continue that other than tonight. After the NASCAR week, everything kind of quieted down a little bit, so this weekend's continuation. Last weekend before school, because next week we'll be on the road, so.
Yeah.
And you'll be busy with NASCAR Pinty Series, I understand?
Yeah, I was really disappointed. I double booked myself tomorrow, and I don't know how I missed it, but I'll be calling the Pinty Series from iCar instead of going up to Ohsweken Speedway as they accordion down the backstretch. And Clinton Spencer will be heading up to Ohsweken to cover the APC Series.
Back under the green flag. Here comes Andrew Hennessy now around the outside of Jim Dale Jr. And now he's challenging for the lead in that crate-powered late model.
Charlie Sandercock as well up into the battle in the top 4. So we got a couple of opens, a couple of crates out there as Andrew Hennessy takes the lead from Haskell.
Here comes Haskell trying to keep it wound up as Hennessy oh so smooth on the bottom. If you were to compare Andrew Hennessy and Charlie Sandercock as teammates, I compare them like fire and ice. Andrew's oh so smooth. Charlie's smooth too, but he can really make it exciting on that outside line.
Charlie drives that car hard, but he knows exactly what he's doing behind the wheel. And you can see the obvious horsepower advantage of Haskell. Once they get absolutely straight, Haskell will pick up about a car length on the straightaway, but through the turns, Andrew Hennessy seems to have the advantage.
Hennessy continues to roll the bottom, and Greg Haskell doing what he can to try to use all that power on the outside line of that RH21. Sandercock behind them, then it's Jim Dale Jr. 4th, and a battle for the 5th spot right now is Spielman and Andrew Riom. Riom has spot number 5 at the line.
Ooh, trouble on the back straightaway. One car peeling down to the inside, narrowly missed by Andrew Hennessy.
Jason Haskell again with problems in that 94.
Haskell going to do the sportsmanlike thing and move down to the inside.
Halfway home for our leaders. Andrew Hennessy led at the line. They're catching the lap car. Brent Colby. Greg Haskell continues to run to the outside of Hennessy, but his lane's going to get blocked here, I think.
It looks that way as Hennessy comes off the bottom to put a lap on Brent Colby. Haskell going to have to drive to the inside, so he has to veer off his line, but the favor may be returned down here in turn number 3.
Yeah, Jordan Van Hall right in front of Hennessy. He'll scoot up a lane in between he and La Jeunesse, and now we'll roll around the 06. He's got a good cushion now on second place Haskell, and Sandercock in 3rd.
Haskell now getting to the inside of Doris La Jeunesse, now to the outside of the next slower car. Meanwhile, Andrew Hennessy has already put another lap car between himself and Haskell, but there's a lot more to come just out the screen in front of Andrew Hennessy, a full straightaway of traffic.
Elliott Wilton, I thought, was going to go around right in front of Greg Haskell, but he saves the car. And he and Sandercock will work by that 557 machine. As we continue on, it's all Andrew Hennessy out in front. 17 on the board.
Hennessy had to come up off the bottom of the racetrack, and look at this. You can visibly see that it's allowed Haskell to close in just a little bit because Haskell keeping it wound up on the high side. Hennessy is happier on the bottom.
Charlie Sandercock putting pressure on Greg Haskell now for that second spot, trying to run the same line his teammate did to get by Greg Haskell, but he'll have Tyler Lozon right in front of him, so he'll have to drift a little lane higher there, a bit higher than Lozon to get by. He's boxed in.
Well, speaking of boxed in, Andrew Hennessy, our race leader, has nowhere to go. He's going to have to go up to the extreme outside to go around Bloomfield and CJ Field.
Down through 3 and 4. Greg Haskell trying to close in on Hennessy. He's got Sandercock to his inside. Right now in the 4th spot, Andrew Rioma slipped by Jim Dale Jr.
Close quarters off of turn number 2. Sandercock trying to stay between CJ Field and the 21 of Haskell. Sandercock down low. He'll try to thread that needle between a couple of slower cars. Haskell to the outside, runs out of room.
Wow. Somebody had to give, and it ended up being Greg Haskell. He ran out of real estate, so put Charlie Sandercock to the 2nd spot. All the while, it's Andrew Hennessy, smooth and steady on the bottom.
Hennessy goes around Brett Hope on the inside. Next car ahead of him is Brent Colby once again, and then Jake Hooker a little further ahead of that in the 1A.
It's time by. It's 2 laps left to go for your leader, Andrew Hennessy. Then he's got 3 lap cars back to teammate Charlie Sandercock. Greg Haskell right now in the 3rd spot. Andrew Riome closing down on him. And I think it's Brad Bloomfield. No, sorry, he's a lap down. I thought he was challenging for 5th. But it's Jim Dale Jr. in the 5th spot.
Yeah, Jim Dale Jr. 5th in that 39 machine as the white flag flies. Whoa! Andrew Hennessy tries to squeak to the inside. I believe that's Brousseau he's battling with there.
Final time down into corners 3 and 4. He got bested by his teammate a month ago. This time he'll go to Quick Victory Lane. Andrew Hennessy picks up the win over Charlie Sandercock. 3rd at the line will be Greg Haskell. 4th will go to Andrew Riome. And Jim Dale Jr. will complete the top 5. Brian Spielman in 6th. 7th was Mike Lewis. 8th, Tim Gillespie. 9th, Cody Vandewinkle. And 10th, Jake Hooker. So how about that? The crates rise to the top of the pile by the end of 25 laps. They'll head down to Quick Victory Lane, and Lone Wolf Fireworks will light things up for Andrew Hennessy. He's 1 spot shy. A month ago, he'll get the win this time over teammate Charlie Sandercock and Greg Haskell in the RH21. Lone Wolf Fireworks, the official firework provider of Ohsweken Speedway. Check them out over on Highway 54 in Middleport as we get ready to send it down to Quick Victory Lane with our Clinton Jeffrey, and he'll talk to teammates Andrew Hennessy and Charlie Sandercock along with Greg Haskell. Good battle at the front. Fantastic car count tonight by the late models. You bring in a one-off show, you never know what you're going to get, but boy, the team supported it. Some great sponsors helped make it happen as well. And we'll send it down to Clinton Jeffrey in Quick Victory Lane.
Thanks a lot, Greg. We're down here, Andrew Hennessy getting out. Teammate Charlie Sandercock over there to jump in the window first. Greg Haskell here, the first open car. And this shows that the crates can hang with the opens. 2 crates beating the open car here tonight. 2 Brighton drivers over a Southern Ontario Motor Speedway driver. We'll get them ready to bring them out here. How about it, Ohsweken? A big Quick Fire Starter Victory Lane welcome for your late model open feature winner tonight, Andrew Hennessy. Andrew, great run. I mean, you and Charlie always running well when you come out on the road. Looking good here again tonight, 1-2. That's got to make you guys enjoy the ride home a bit better.
Yeah, that's, when we travel around, that's what we come to do, is try and, always do our best anyways. But 1 and 2 pays the bills and keeps the boss happy. We weren't sure we were going to come, I guess, because of the rain there they were talking about earlier, so I'm glad we came.
Right on. How about this? 2 crates over and open, just showing it is fairly equal out there.
It is on these shorter tracks, especially when it slicks off a bit. We weren't sure what to think coming up, but we usually run pretty well. So we are definitely, like I said, happy that we showed up, and we couldn't. This is what we wanted to do. So. Congratulations,
Andrew Hennessy gets it done. We'll get over here and talk to second and third as they're together. Greg, you can just stand there for a minute for each. Charlie, good run for you. You always seem to run good at these late model events. Looking good here again at Ohsweken, second tonight.
Yeah, it definitely was nice racy track. So thanks to Glenn, you guys, everyone that prepares a good race here. It's always a fun surface to race on. So got to thank the track crew, all the officials.
Right on, Charlie. We appreciate you coming through the rain. I'll get over here and talk to Greg Haskell. Greg, first open, you're the one who messaged us, said, hey, can we get an open race? What a great, first off, car count. 28 cars showed up. That's amazing, Greg.
Yeah, I got to thank everyone for coming out. We haven't been here in like 3 or 4 years. I feel like this place still owes me one, and maybe still does a little bit. But I got to thank all the drivers. We put on, it looked like a pretty good race from what I could see. I knew those 2 guys were going to be tough when the track was that slick, and then everybody seemed to be up top, so I had no place to go really. But it took me 3 or 4 laps to be able to run through the bottom, run through the slick before I could even get going. So by that time, them 2 guys are gone. They're probably the best, probably in Canada on the dry slick, so I knew they were going to be tough. But I got to thank obviously Hull and Haskell's, Jeff Newham Roofing, Westside Performance, and who's the 4th one? Hold on, it'll come to me. Oh, Justin Coulter Trucking. So I got to thank, they put up the money for this race, and I knew the late model guys wanted to come here. I know they have the crate race, but our guys that way really wanted to come and check this place out. This place that Glenn has here is phenomenal. This place is amazing. Like, no wonder they have NASCAR races here, because this place is top notch.
Right on. Greg Haskell finished third. Charlie Sandercock second. Andrew Hennessy, your winner. We have 1 feature event to go here on Instapanels Night at Ohsweken. We'll be right back live on GeForce TV for the Cool Kids Core Pack 360 feature. Coming up, our final race of the night.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Well, guys, back here live at Ohsweken Speedway, just talking about how amazing the NASCAR week was and everybody who pitched in to help out. I mean, our push truck crew were amazing. Terry Watts went above and beyond. Blake Outhouse. These are guys that I was calling constantly all day, Robbie. We need ice, we need water, we need a tent, we need whatever we need. They made it all happen. Amazing job, and we couldn't have done it without everybody, guys.
You know, I really enjoyed myself. I was camping over by the tree line by Steyer's place, but there's one. It was 4:30 in the morning, and some dink is pulling a trailer into the campground. Like, what? Why would they allow that? Clinton, who was running security?
I can't talk now. I'm in the outhouse.
He is.
Clinton Jeffrey arranged for all these trailers, RVs to show up for all these people, including himself. He was so mad because his trailer never showed up.
Okay,
well, if he'd
hold on.
only asked Rob, who was the head of camping, he knew exactly where his trailer was. It was back by the warm-up track.
Guys, I can't come out of the bathroom because Spencer just told all the cameras to focus on the outhouse. So I'm just going to hide in here for a few minutes.
$10 says that microphone's not getting sanitized at the end of the night. Oh, there he is. He's out. Oh, you made it on G-Force.
Hold on, I dropped my microphone.
This Mighty Wipes moment of the night is...
Omaha!
All right, final feature of the night, and I think it's a good thing. 20 laps of distance for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack merchandising sprint cars, and your lineup looks like this from the pole out of Beamsville, the 88H. It's Josh Hansen. Days outside from Brantford, the Little Bend 110, Jake Brown. Going third from Brantford in car number 10, it's Downtown Mitch Brown. And from the fourth spot out of Mount Bridges, the 45 of Tricky Nick Sheridan. Going from fifth out of Binbrook, the 9, that's Liam Martin. And from the sixth spot from Scotland, the 47X D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook. Heat race winner tonight, starting seventh, it's Holly Porter at Dorchester in car 1. Alongside from Dunville in the 15, it's Ryan Turner. Starting in ninth from Port Colborne, the 5D, Jacob Dykstra. And to the outside from Ontario, New York, the 45H, Chuck Hebing, the Cobra. Starting 11th at Tonawanda, New York, the 7NY, that's Matt Farnham. To his outside, the Ohsweken Flyer, Glenn Stiers in car number 0. Starting 13th at Beachville, car number 5, DJ Christie alongside from Ohsweken in the 77T, it's Tyler Paulus. From the 15th spot, that's where we find our point leader out of Tilsonburg, Ontario. On the 13, it's Corey Turner. Alongside him from Ohsweken, the 68 of Aaron Turkey. Starting 17th, it's Bailey Hurd. He's from Niagara Falls in the 70 machine. And his outside from Grimsby in the 90, it's Travis Cunningham. Starting 19th out of Fenwick, the 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. And starting in 20th from Mississauga in the 17X, it's the Highlight Man, Mac DeMann. Starting 21st out of Caister Center, the 11, that is Jamie Turner. 22nd starting spot is where we find Kevin Pauls from St. Catharines in the 46. And in the back row, starting 23rd out of Scotland in the 87X, it's Sean Evans. And from the 24th spot out of Wilsonville, Ontario, the 94X of Scott Hall.
Hey, yo. Can we call him the bad guy?
Somebody suggested that, but if you know Scott Hull, he's anything but the bad guy.
That's why you call the fat guy tiny.
I guess that's true.
It's
the
ironical.
Oxymoron. How about we do this? Let's do a quick fired up the sights and sounds of the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising 360 Sprint Cars. Speedway, we got one upside down. I think it's Aaron Turkey.
It is indeed Aaron Turkey. It was a bit of a chain reaction. Not something we've seen an awful lot of recently here at the Big Go.
He just gave the thumbs up to the safety crew there, so he looks to be okay at first glance. And they will tip that car over as Clinton Jeffrey gets on the scene.
Well, I can see both left side tires are mangled on the car, so along with the top wing, Aaron will be done here tonight most likely.
I have a feeling, Clint, that's what sent him flipping, was when it planted down on the left side. It broke those tires off the bead and dug in, and it wasn't a vicious roll, but easy for me to say because I'm still in my comfy twisty chair.
Well, here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, under his own power, which is a great sign after a wild flip like that. How about it for Aaron Turkey? Car pretty beat up here, but Aaron, one of the more resilient guys here. I'm sure he's fine. He's probably going to laugh about this one, but we'll see what happens. Definitely picking up some good footage for the Friday Night Thunder crew.
He's a strapping young lad, is Aaron Turkey. Made us all proud with his Fast Time Award last Monday night against the NASCAR Pinty Series drivers. And he gets the safety gear off, and he's going to chat with Clint.
You all right, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm good. I just tried to stay off him. I could see him in the side there, and I tried my best. I sent it in there. It seemed like everybody got a little bit bottled up. I tried my best to stay off him, and I tried to hit the brakes, but I ended up just catching his left rear, and I knew I was going for a ride. I'm just really glad I got really good drivers behind me, and they all missed me, so I'm okay.
Aaron, do you know who you almost hit?
I think it was Jacob, I think. I know Glenn went off. I could see him go off, and Jacob woed up, and I tried to woe up, but I just didn't woe up enough, so.
Right on. Good thing you're all right, big guy. Aaron going to head back with his car. How about a hand for Aaron Turkey, ladies and gentlemen? He's all right.
Things happen so fast. And at that point, you're almost not identifying who is who. It's just, okay, there's a race car there, there's a race car there.
And I think he's referring to Jacob Dykstra, and of course he's right there with Tyler Powless as well, who's identical race car, so they were all there in the thick of it. Let's see the replay. Up on the top right-hand side, and I think that's Dykstra right there, yep.
And Clinton Jeffrey is almost at the scene of the crime there with the Case IH track report.
Yeah, guys, I just want to show you this. So we've got this one path right through the middle that is burnt, polished, but you still got over here lots of chunks, and this will upset a sprint car when it comes by. It'll make the front wheel bop up and get all out of shape. All the way down the bottom, lots of little turtlebacks, as you can call them that. Same thing when we get up here. The cushion starting to come in, but it's not a big curb. It's not consistent. It's just like turtlebacks, as we say, all the way along down here. And that's what we got down here. That's your Case IH track report, guys. It isn't going to change much. These guys are going to have to deal with it.
You're saying it's brown turtlebacks in the track?
I'm saying it resembles that, yes. It's about the shape of a turtle shell.
Okay.
And a little hump here on the track, and it upsets you as you try and drive. Just imagine driving over 100 little turtle shells, which would be cruel and a bad thing, but...
right? It's like Super Mario Brothers.
Well, did you see Aaron? That was pretty much how it worked. Not a great look here for this GSR 68 Enrium Dynamics machine of Aaron Turkey going off on the Steve's Trolling big red truck, but he's all right. They'll live to battle another day. More parts coming off the 20.
Parts car.
That was not us using the telestrator, just so you know that we still do not have our telestrator.
I'm not even going to acknowledge it anymore.
Oh, I'm just going to keep saying it until we get it.
It's funny how two people can take a complete opposite approach to accomplish the same thing, and that's to tick off Spencer.
I'm getting so frustrated with the lack of a telestrator that once we get it, I'm going to be the one doing the wrong things with it. How about that?
I know.
No, I'm never getting it. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I know it's not kosher to talk about Bill Cosby anymore, but I'd like to have like a Picture Pages easel and the marker that makes those noises. Picture Pages, Picture Pages.
Oh, we've all been traumatized by the things we watched as kids.
Or an Etch-a-Sketch. Miles Hill said that Clinton's nuttier than banana bread. For those who don't know, Miles Hill is one of the more prominent sprint car team owners from right here in Six Nations.
Does that mean I'm not making sense, or I'm making lots of funnies tonight? We don't know this. We're not marking down the calendar.
I think it's a good thing.
I think it's a compliment. What was the actually made another comment that I best not repeat.
August Luke says turtles have shells, not a back. Well, there's got to be a back in the shell, right? It's not their front. It's not their side.
This is true. I mean,
August Luke has had some not so nice things to say earlier in the night, though, too. So,
well, don't worry. 4 more days we don't have to deal with them because there won't be a September, Luke. Well, they push these cars off. Half of them are pushed off. And it is such chaos to watch these cars like how we don't have more incidents, but our push truck drivers do a great job. Our race car drivers know what to do. And I mean, I'm saying this, looking at the 3rd mile Big O, they do this on the little 5th mile out back. So obviously they know how to work in close quarters.
Now, this isn't just random pick up a car. This is choreographed how they do it, and they do it like no other. And a great safety crew we have here. They're enjoying these nights where it starts to cool off after the sun goes down, because a lot of these safety workers are out there, maybe not so much the push truck drivers, but some of our safety crew in those balaclavas, fire suits.
Yeah, they look warm.
Yeah. I can't imagine you in that. How did racing go? Did you not race last Saturday night?
Well,
the second race?
Yeah, I did. And I passed a car for the first time this year, but it bothers me how low I have now set the bar. So we're still having fun. But I raced a go-kart Friday night down at Route 1. That was a lot of fun. Broken engine of Pete Gutler's, but I think that was still residual damage from when Sean Gibbs crashed. But then, yeah, Connor got heat stroke. Connor had heat stroke last week. He tried to race. It didn't work out, and I jumped in the car. And I drove in circles.
Well, field pushback underway. Caution flag displayed. 1 lap on the board. 19 to go in our final feature of the night.
Tell you what, Ryan Turner in that Nitro 54 sponsored number 15, they're starting to find their way with that car, and he was quick in the heat race, and every week he's a little bit better,
It took no transition time to go from, well, he had the 1 week in the Hoopinen car and then right into the Nitro 54 number 15, and he's been strong in that. And Tommy Gooch pointed out today, because that was points on the Monday-Tuesday show, was it the Monday night that he blew the motor, and that basically hurt his chances at a championship right there in that one race. So been an excellent season, and he's been at 3 different cars.
Yeah, no kidding, which is absolutely impressive. If we get another break in the action, we'll deal with Dan Arnott's comment about a starter on a sprint car. Field is doubled up with Josh Hansen in the 88 on the inside, Jake Brown in the 110 alongside. Behind them, it's Mitch Brown in the 10 and Nick Sheridan in the 45.
Here we go, back under the green flag. Josh Hansen, Jake Brown lead them down into corner 1. Nick Sheridan rolling on that outside line as they all shoot and file down the backstretch. So it was a complete restart with full 20 laps. That is now 1 lap on the board.
Deep in the field, McDeman got up off the outside of the racetrack, lost himself some track position. He's near the back of the field. At the front, it's Josh Hansen out in front with the Brown brothers putting on a show, racing for second.
Wow, Liam Martin was searching for a lane down there in corner 4, finally found it up top and gathered that car up. He's running inside the top 5. The Brown brothers continue at it side by side down into 3 and 4.
Mitch down on the bottom of the racetrack. Jake letting it hang out a little bit higher. Nick Sheridan right behind them. He's running even higher still. He'll go to the outside in 1 and 2. It's the long way around, and he wasn't able to make up a lot of ground that time.
One driver that seemed to be struggling here a little bit tonight is the point leader. Corey Turner really didn't look all that strong in his qualifying heat. Right now he seems to be struggling in that Petro Plus number 13, but he has got a good cushion right now in the points with this race and 1 more to go for the championship.
Chuck Hebing, we haven't talked about the Cobra too much. He is deep in the top 10 in that number 45. He just got passed by Jacob Dykstra in the 5D. He's got Matt Farnham right behind him But at the front, it continues to be Josh Hansen leading the way with Mitch Brown trying to close in the second spot.
Josh Hansen looking for his third career win and his third this season here at the Big O. And if he can pick up that win, he'd become the winningest driver so far at Ohsweken. That's how competitive it's been for feature wins in the 360s.
And who would have seen that coming? No disrespect to Josh Hansen. He's a fine young man and an up-and-coming racer, but we've got a lot of established veterans with a lot of sprint car savvy here.
Right now, he's got, I guess what we classify him as the old man. Mitch Brown right behind him. He is far from old, but Mitch Brown is keeping pace with the 88H of Josh Hansen. Good battle for third. It's Ryan Turner and Nick Sheridan.
Ryan Turner down on the inside in the 15. Nick Sheridan committed to that high groove. Here goes Mitch Brown looking to battle for the lead. He'll pull alongside our race leader in turn 4.
Mitch has been oh so close so far at Ohsweken here in 2022. Fourth place in points. He does have a win here on G-Force down at Ohsweken Speedway right before Canada Day on June the 30th. But still, no checkered flags here. He's trying to change that with one more spot.
Josh Hansen is running higher down in 3 and 4. He tries to go right to the bottom in 1 and 2. So Mitch Brown steps up to the middle grooves. Heavy lap traffic just in front of the leaders. In fact, they're not lapped yet. They're lead lap cars racing for position.
Mitch Brown trying to find the line that he thinks is going to work the best. He moved upstairs up in corner 4. He's back into the middle groove down in 1 and 2 as the leader still boxed in behind. Scott Hall, Kevin Pauls, and it's Tyler Powless right there between the top 2.
That was close between Tyler Powless and Josh Hansen. Mitch Brown with a run on the high side. He's going to sweep around the outside of Josh Hansen. They're side by side for the lead down the backstretch.
And the race they're seeing right in front of them, we've talked about it earlier. Scott Hall and Kevin Pauls, they're doing a really nice job right now in front of the leaders. They're racing for position, but they're staying clean and out of the way as Hansen now will stretch it away from Mitch Brown. As I just said, he got boxed in behind Pauls. Pauls goes around, keeps the foot in the gas, and will stay green.
Keeps the car running. That bot Josh Hansen a little bit of space as there's 6 laps to go. He's got about 10 car lengths now over Mitch Brown. Let's see if Brown can reel him back in.
Well, Liam Martin's there now on the right rear of Mitch Brown as he's got the Nitro 54 number 9. Bearing down on downtown Mitch Brown up in corner number 3. Hansen boxed in behind Evans.
Hansen's got nowhere to go. Sean Evans working the bottom of the racetrack, same as Josh Hansen.
Here comes Liam Martin to the outside of Mitch Brown to try and take the second spot. He edges ahead going into corner number 3. This time by 4 to go.
Jacob Dykstra clobbered the backstretch wall, and he sends it down into 3 and 4 off the edge of the racetrack. Jacob Dykstra's got to gather that 5D back in.
Here comes Liam Martin to the outside of Sean Evans. See if there's room. I don't think there is. He had to whoa up just a little bit. Hansen leads on the bottom. Martin on the outside. Brown following him.
Whoa, that was close. Wow.
Here comes Liam Martin for the lead off of corner 2. He'll shoot by Josh Hansen into the lead.
The 9 of Liam Martin out in front. Now he'll work down the racetrack just a little bit as Josh Hansen closes in behind. 2 laps to go.
Liam Martin now down to the inside of the lap car of Scott Hull as they work off of corner number 2. This time by the flag stand will be the white flag for Liam Martin. And for Liam, he's looking for win number 2. He's second place in the points coming into tonight.
White flag is out, and here comes Nick Sheridan as well. What a battle we're seeing out here. Liam Martin out in front by 10 car lengths down the backstretch.
Correction there. Liam Martin has 2 wins. He's looking to take the win lead with win number 3. He'll roll it off the high side of corner number 4, and Liam Martin wins his 3rd of the year over Josh Hansen, Nick Sheridan, and at the line, Mitch Brown over Dylan Westbrook.
Great night of racing here at Ohsweken Speedway. Liam Martin with a late race charge in that 9 machine, working the high groove.
Liam Martin came into tonight second place in points behind Corey Turner by 56 points. That's a lot of ground to make up, but he did exactly what he had to do. He won the race, and Corey Turner finishes 11th, so it at least tightens things up a little bit for championship night. Next Friday night for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core-Pack Merchandising Sprint Cars. We've got ourselves a championship race next Friday night as Liam Martin pulls ahead in the win column this year with his third of the season over Josh Hansen. And Nick Sheridan as Lone Wolf Fireworks will help these three celebrate down in Quick Victory Lane. Lone Wolf Fireworks, the official firework provider of Ohsweken Speedway.
And while Clinton is down waiting for Liam Martin, Rodney Rutherford did message. So in the Art Hill Memorial, he hit a rut and lost a tire. And that's what sent that car shooting up the racetrack into Tyler LaFantasy.
So Liam Martin getting unbuckled, and he'll go to our Clinton Jeffrey and talk to him down at Quick Victory Lane.
Well, guys, how about this for the future of our division? 19-year-old Liam Martin wins. Second, 20-year-old Josh Hansen and 17-year-old Nick Sheridan get it done. How about a hand for the youngsters showing the old guys how to win tonight? All coming in here good. Congratulations. Good sportsmanship. And Liam Martin going to climb up top for Dan Nanakoke and the crew here tonight. Liam Martin, your feature winner, ladies and gentlemen. Liam, third win of the season. That's pretty damn impressive. You stole away Josh's third win of the season. We were just talking about you. You know, you guys, 19, 20, 17, three young stars here. How cool is that for you guys to be leading this division?
Oh, it's just amazing. Like the young talent we have in this sport now is just so competitive, and we just had that car tonight that was just able to work. And we tried something different. Definitely going to stick with it now. Worked really well. And yeah, I was just kind of playing it out, watching my lines. I know I was on the top most of the track most of the time, but the top was rolling good 3 and 4. 1 and 2 has been badass all night, so we just ran with it and it worked good. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Dan Nanakote, Nitro 54, Steve Lyons with Creative Edge, and everyone that come out tonight, as well as my mom and dad and the fans.
Awesome job. Liam Martin gets it done here. We'll get over here and talk to Josh. Josh, you were going for win number 3. He got his win number 3 and stole yours away, but you've been looking really good. This car has been amazing this year. Could you imagine you'd have the season you've had so far?
No, not at all. At the beginning of the season, if you asked me what expectations were, I'd say, yeah, top 5, maybe a podium, and definitely found the loud pedal this year and definitely got our stuff together. Congrats to Liam. That was awesome. I hate losing like that, but you know, losing to him like that's good. They got an awesome team together. Dan's put one heck of a race car together, so just can't thank all the sponsors, J&E, Julie, Nisco, everyone back at the shop that helps, all the crew guys, and I got to thank you guys for putting on such an amazing racetrack. Every single week it's just top notch, and most of the fans have left because it's a little late tonight, a little late show, but thank you for everyone watching back at home, and we'll see everyone at Brighton next weekend.
Don't worry, man. Nobody left till the checker flew. We'll get over here and talk to Nicky Sheridan. Nick, a solid run for you again, man. You're in this position a lot this year when you finish on the concrete. I know you want to grab those wins, but still a great deal, Nick, to get out here and be talking to us for the right reasons.
100%, Clint. I really can't complain being on the concrete any night. I mean, especially in our rookie season, it's amazing for our team, and I can't thank everybody that helps me out and all my sponsors and everything. But honestly, first few laps of the race, I didn't think we were going to have that great of a car. We were really loose, and I watched Liam Martin drove by me on the outside, and I was like, well, we're no good at being sane, so we better be insane like him. We went right to the top, and fortunately, he's stuck, and happy to be up here on the concrete.
Right on. Nick Sheridan, third tonight. Josh Hansen, second, and their feature winner. Liam Martin picks up his third win of the year, guys. We head over to Championship Friday next week. It's also backpack back to school night. We sold out of backpacks with another 60 coming, so make sure you're here next week. Guys, take us home.
Well, another great night of action, Adam. We had a bit of a delay there with a couple of cars welded together that slowed the program, but still, with all the racing we got in tonight, still pretty good timing, and we got to see great finishes in all of the races.
Entertaining show, and whenever we bring the late models in, it's a great show. The fans love late models, and it's a nice change because we only do it a few times a year, a couple times a year rather. But let's one more time, I think it's important that we do this, Greg, send a huge thank you for the people that made that possible. Hall & Haskell's, Jeff Newham Roofing, Westside Performance, and Justin Coulter Trucking. Really helping to bring those late models in. And of course, John Brush from Core-Pack, who shows up with an envelope of cash to support the racers. We are blessed with some amazing support here at Ohsweken Speedway, and couldn't have the fun we have without those people.
Another fantastic night. We want to thank all the staff and crew and, of course, Glenn Stiers and the entire Stiers family for letting us play in his backyard for another night. That'll wrap things up. On behalf of Clinton Jeffrey and Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kellman saying don't forget to tune in to G-Force tomorrow night for the APC Series on Sauble Beach. Check it out right here on G-Force. That'll wrap it up. We'll see you back here as well next Friday night from the Big O.
Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.